Welcome to our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2023 NCAA Team Championships. This is your host, Perry Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff, here for Cracked Rackets. If you're joining us on the NCAA website, on the Cracked Rackets YouTube channel, we thank you for joining us. And we are bringing you today the Division II quarterfinals. We will bring you 4 matches today, 2 sets of 2 matches each, starting at 4 p.m. and then back again at 7 p.m. So we're going to start today with Valdosta State taking on Cameron and Indy facing Flagler. So we will start with the doubles points and then, of course, roll right into singles as we bring you some double box action here at Cracked Rackets. Valdosta State and Cameron squaring off on the left side of your screen. Indy and Flagler squaring off on the right side of your screen. And we do see the doubles point has already begun on our right side here on court number 1. And, of course, for college tennis fans, this is the mecca of college tennis down in Florida at the USTA National Campus. A beautiful site in Orlando, Florida, as we do see on the left side of our screen. That doubles point is starting up as well. And so these doubles points are first team to win 2 out of 3 of these matches. There are 3 doubles points. Each doubles point is played 2-6, just 1 set. No ad scoring, of course, in college tennis. And so we will start off introducing Barry and Wayne State, those teams playing on the right side of our screen. Meanwhile, Valdosta and Cameron State on the left side. And looking here on court number 1 on the left side of our screen, we do see for Valdosta State, Rodrigo Cavallo and Luca Mack are playing Thomas Almeida and Tomas Cardona. And we do see Valdosta State does take the opening game. So we will have scoreboards for you hopefully sometime this afternoon, but if not, we will be giving you updates live from the audio portion of this broadcast. Meanwhile, for Indy on the right side of our screen, we do see Barry and Wayne State. That match just starting up here at the NCAA Team Quarterfinals in Division II. And looking at this matchup between Barry and Wayne State, we do see Alejandro Gallego Ibanez and Arnau Rodriguez, those players from Barry, taking on Cedric Drenth and Daniel Gray from Wayne State. So we do see Wayne State takes the opening game here on the right side of our screen on court number 1. And looking at Valdosta State, we now see 1-1 on court number 1, and on court number 3, also 1-1, the number 2 doubles match just starting up. Meanwhile, we do see Barry University taking the opening game on court number 2. We're just starting on court number 3 as we do see a bit of a staggered start with the beginning of this doubles point. Again, first team to win 2 out of 3 of these doubles matches does take this opening doubles point, and a college tennis match is played to 4 points. So after doubles, we will roll into 6 singles matches. Every single match is worth 1 point on the singles court, so the first team to 4 does win the match and advance to the semifinals of the NCAA championships. And so meanwhile, we are tied at 1. Now on the left side of our screen, on the right side of our screen, we do see Barry looking to even it up here in these first opening games of this doubles point. As we do see Ibanez, Gallego, and Rodriguez are now up 40-30. So we're tied at 1 here at the USTA campus on both of these number 1 doubles courts at Westhoff. Let's head on over to court number 2 now. Court number 2 in this doubles action. As we do see, meanwhile, on court number 2, on the left side of our screen, for Valdosta State, Lamar Bartley and Christian Feline. They are taking on João Duleba and Baptiste Mercier. From Cameron University, meanwhile, at this number 2 double spot, between Barry and Wayne State, we do see Alessandro Giotto and Alejandro Palacios from Barry taking on Niklas Kars and Luke Laws. That team from Wayne State. So Barry does take the opening game. On court number 2, as we head over there for you, we do see this early lead for Barry University on court number 3, which we will get to shortly. But first of all, we will check in with this court number 2 battle on both sides of our screen. So we see here the first 3 games of a doubles point, so important on all 3 courts, because again, these doubles points only play to 1 set. So taking an early 2-1 lead, taking an early 3-love lead even, to help establish yourself, and especially in pressure moments here in the NCAA team quarterfinals, we do see these players starting to make some moves at the net, starting to get comfortable here on the court, and working your way into a match is always a delicate balance between, of course, being too aggressive and too passive, seeing if your opponent is going to miss early. As we do see here on the right side of our screen, some early serving and volleying, some net play there. From this Wayne State team, as they do look to take that early lead after dropping the opening game against Barry. And so we see that Wayne State is able to take that 2-1 lead here on court number 2. Meanwhile, Valdosta State starting with that nice advantage as they do go for a 3-1 lead on court number 2, and Big Sur does it. So 3-1 for Valdosta State on court number 2. So Westhoff, let's head on over to court number 3 now. Court number 3 in this doubles battle. So we check out all of the players in action today here in Orlando. So we do see here on the left side of our screen, Pedro Cordillero and Christian Waddle, taking on Christian Kubik and Emilio Seelbach. Cordillero and Waddle from Valdosta State. Meanwhile, we do see Cameron is up 2-1 in this doubles match. And meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we do see an early lead going the way of Barry. Barry's Tim Butner and Alicio DeMichaels taking on Dom Spicer and Joe Kelt. And so again, the winner of these matches, of these quarterfinal matches, will advance to the Final Four of the NCAA Team Championships here at the National Tennis Campus. So we do see Barry here on the right side of our screen. It's a vital moment for this team, needing to find their way back into this match again. Going down early is especially tough when all of the pressure of the NCAA is involved. So a big finish there from Barry, and it's a 3-love lead on court number 3. So Westop, let's hop back on over to court number 1, over on the right side of our screen between Barry and Wayne State. During that changeover, as we do see here on the left side of our screen, we're tied at 2. So Cameron earning a few opportunities here on the left side of our screen to take that early 3-2 lead. And looking at the matches as a whole, we do see between Valdosta State and Cameron, VSU has taken a 2-1 and 3-1 lead on those opening 2 courts, and so court number 3 becomes so important here for this Cameron team to be able to hang in and at least put a bit of scoreboard pressure, because again, the team that gets 2 out of 3 of these doubles points does get the opening point of the match. Meanwhile, we have seen Wayne State with an early 2-1 lead on courts 1 and 2, and of course we do see Barry though dominating on 3. And so on the right side of our screen, that is a rematch of last year's Division II National Championship match when Barry did take down Wayne State. That was 4-1, and so now already in the quarterfinals, these teams squaring off. And Valdosta State on the left side of our screen, the top overall seed in this tournament, taking on number 9 seed Cameron. Meanwhile, on the right side, of course, we see some lower seeded teams, but again, the context of this match becomes so important, as we do see Barry looking to take that 3-2 lead here on court number 1. As small loose error there from Wayne State from the baseline, and again, racket head speed is so important, and we do see a bit of wind here at Orlando today. We do see the flags moving in the background, and again, whenever a player's playing with wind, it's so important for us to just keep swinging and to believe in our ground strokes, because it's so easy to lose belief in tight moments and kind of wait for your opponent to miss in the wind, but it's so important to keep on swinging. keep on staying grounded and using that power from the court instead of relying on just your arm strength, which is, again, easy to do in tight moments. So we do see Wayne State there, able to pick on that net player. On the right side of our screen, this is, this year, a matchup between number 4 seed Barry and number 5 seed Wayne State. So meanwhile, Westhoff, let's actually go to court number 2. Court number 2 on the left side of our screen. So we check back in with that match between Cameron and Valdosta State. A big serve there from Wayne State on court number 1. So we are seeing Valdosta State does jump ahead 4-2 here on court number 2. And meanwhile, Cameron bringing the fun yellow uniforms, but they are trailing in this match. Big at the net there from Cameron. So we do see a deuce point deciding point here on court number 1 in this rematch of the 2022 National Championship Final. Big serve there from Wayne State. So it's 3-2 for Wayne State on court number 1. And Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court number 3 because we are seeing Barry taking a 4-love lead now over Wayne State. So that is the only match so far on both sides of our screen where we see a very dominant scoreline from this Barry team as they have chances now to extend their lead to 5-love, up 40-15 here on 3. Looks like that ball does fall in though. So it brings us to 40-30 here on 3. And so meanwhile, we do see a deuce point deciding point. And a double fault does make it 4-1 here on 3 from Barry. So Westhoff, let's hop back over at court number 2. Court number 2 and this Barry Wayne State match. And looking at Barry as a whole, they're the defending national champions. They've won 3 NCAA titles in a row and 6 titles since 2010. That's just a dominant program in Division II men's tennis. And meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see a 4-2 lead here from Valdosta State on court number 2 and court number 1 now. That score is mirrored. So it's 4-2 for VSU on courts 1 and 2. We're tied up at 3 on court number 3. And again, we're across the board. We're really seeing the players that have that loose arm. They're able to get a nice deep ball through the court. That's what's setting up the net play here. So we do see there, nice play from Wayne State, able to move there at the net. But that does come from depth, and especially on a windy day, if you're with the wind, so vital that you're controlling those games. Because it's double the battle when you're against the wind and trying to swing through nerves, swing through the situation of an NCAA quarterfinal match. And then also, of course, having the net player ready to pick off anything, but we do see a tough miss in the net there from Wayne State to keep us very close here on court number 2. So meanwhile, that ball sails along off the racket of Cameron, and looks like it's a chance to go up 5-2 now for VSU. Again, we do see here on the right side of our screen just some nice depth from those baseline players, but unfortunately for Wayne State, showing a bit of frustration there with that volley miss. So it's 5-2 for Valdosta State on court number 1 on the left side of our screen. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 2, because we do see a 5-3 lead now for VSU's Lamar Bartley and Christian Feline. So we do see Cameron looking to serve to stay in it, and VSU does take a 4-3 lead on court number 3. Meanwhile, Wayne State is struggling in this doubles point on the right side of our screen. It's 4-2 now for Barry on courts 2 and 3. Wayne State with their only lead coming at court 1. That is a 4-3 lead. Meanwhile, Barry, of course, the dominant team the last time. They didn't either win or lose in that NCAA championship match. That was back in 2016. This Barry team is used to this postseason grind, and they're looking for a title every year now. As we do see Cameron on the left side of our screen doing a nice job of staying nice and aggressive here. As they're down, they really have to go after the net player and find a way, because VSU is very active at the net right now. And so sometimes the best way to trap an active net player is to go right at them. So we did see Cameron doing a nice job of that service game, as Cameron has earned a 40-15 advantage here on court number 2. So it's 5-4 now for VSU on court number 2. So Westhoff, let's go back to court number 1. As we do see Rodrigo Carvalho and Luca Mack from Valdosta State looking to close out this match. They're up 5-2 against Tomas Almeida and Thomas Cardona. And Barry, of course, used to this weather. Barry University is out of Miami, Florida, a member of the Sunshine State Conference. Meanwhile, their opponent today, Wayne State, had their largest season last year, their most impressive stats to date. Reaching the NCAA finals was the furthest that team had ever gone in program history. Wayne State out of Detroit, Michigan. And so if we're talking about weather, we see this with a lot of teams that really train indoors most of the time. That transition to outdoor tennis can be tough. Meanwhile, for Barry, a team that plays outdoors in this grueling heat for most of the year, it's a lot more comfortable to stay right near home to play the NCAA tournament. Meanwhile, we do see Valdosta State on the left side of our screen, just 2 points away from taking that opening doubles match here on court number 1. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head on to court number 2 between Barry and Wayne State. Let's head to court number 2 there. So we do see Barry with a comfortable lead there as well, but in court number 3, this match has tightened up. Barry now up 4-3 over Wayne State. And so we do see setting up a match point here for VSU on court number 1. Our first match point of the day here at Cracked Racquets. Meanwhile, we have 2 simultaneous match points for VSU on courts 1 and 3. So we do see Cameron able to thread the needle there. Match point for VSU. So that is a match. Rodrigo Carvalho and Luca Mack hand the first doubles match the way of Valdosta State. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 3 really quickly. Court number 3 between Valdosta State and Cameron, as it does seem that VSU is mere points away from closing out this doubles point. So it's match point again for VSU. And that sails long. So Valdosta State has taken the opening doubles point here against Cameron with a 6-3 win from Pedro Cordero and Christian Wheel here on court number 3. Valdosta State goes up 1-love over Cameron. So Westhoff, let's go full screen now here in our other remaining doubles match in the quarterfinals here of the D2 National Championships in Orlando, Florida, as we do see Alejandro Duliato and Alejandro Palacitos just 2 points away from closing out that doubles match here on 2. So they lead 30-15 here on court number 2. So that is match, or rather that is match point. Match point setting up here on court number 2 for Giuliotto and Policitos. So Westop, could we see that match point graphic for Barry University? And so that return does sail long on that backhand side. So we have match point number 2 here on 2. Buccaneers with a drop shot. And that is just barely good enough. We do see Wayne State falls into the net, but so Barry's trying to argue that Wayne State did touch the net before the point was over. So if you touch the net before the ball bounces twice, wow. And it was ruled that Wayne State touched the net before that overhead bounce twice. So that might be the match here on court number 2. So we do see Wayne State coaching staff not happy. So we will head to another court as that match might be over. Here on court number 1, Wayne State has the 5-4 advantage as we see the Buccaneers now forced to serve to stay in this match. Big tennis there from Wayne State. So that was match for Giuliotto and Policitos. So Barry now just needs one more match to clinch the doubles point here at the USTA National Campus. $15 all. Meanwhile, in court number 3, the only other match in action here during doubles is Barry Butner and Alessio DeMichaels from Barry. They're tied at 4-all with Dom Spicer and Joe Kelt. So again, we could have a potential deciding match in this doubles action here in Orlando. It's a big serve from the Buccaneers. So 30-15. Barry leads here. And we do see the flags blowing away from us, so it is noteworthy that Barry does have the wind at their back. Here down 5-4, and they now have multiple points to make it 5-all. Second serve now here for Barry. So that was an apparent double fault, it seems, or an extremely successful drop shot off the second serve. It seems like that was a double, and the chair umpire does confirm that second serve did sail long, so Buccaneers still have 2 more chances to make it 5-all here on court number 1. And it's 5-all. So we play on here on 1. And Westhoff, let's take a minute and go to court number 3. Court number 3 is we are tied at 4 at court number 3 as well. So it's 5-all. Now on 3, it says from 4-all to 5-all. We did just get a bit of a score update there. Jumped a few games, but if that score is correct, it is now 5-all here on court number 3 and on court number 1. So Westhoff, let's hop back and over to court number 1 because there we know it's 5-all and that game is in progress as we do see which team is able to take a 6-5 lead here at the top double spot. So that was finished at the net from Wayne State. Again, a nice serve out wide, and especially in the wind, that really helps set up the net player if you're able to hit your spots on the first serve. And that's the good thing about wind, is that you don't necessarily have to have the most power. Placement is as important, if not more important, when the wind is blowing. Especially if you have that net player to pick it off, as we see this Wayne State team. Some solid serving from Wayne State. So 30-all here on court number 1. And again, the most important thing for this returning team for Barry is just getting that first serve back, as we have seen the Buccaneers struggle with that here on 1. And that has been part of why this match is so close. Is some nice serving here from Wayne State, again, just hitting their spots. So Wayne State now with 2 chances to go up 6-5 on 1. So it's 6-5 for Wayne State on court number 1 in Westhoff. Let's hop on over to court number 3, as we do see Barry has taken a 6-5 lead on this number 3 doubles court. So again, Barry takes number 2 doubles 6-3, so that team only needs 1 more of these doubles matches. So Barry, men's tennis coach, is Thomas Hipp. Thomas Hipp is a former Barry All-American. He returned to take the helm of the Buccaneers men's tennis program in the fall of 2021. In his first season, he helped the team to yet another NCAA Division II national championship. That was their 6th championship overall and their 3rd in a row. So meanwhile, so vital here for Wayne State to keep themselves in it in this doubles point, because again, Wayne State is up 6-5 at that number 1 double spot. So Wayne State can extend this match any longer to give their team a chance of at least pushing a deciding doubles match against the defending NCAA champions. Meanwhile, we do see Thomas Hipp, the head coach of Barry. He was the only male student athlete in conference history to earn both academic All-American and male scholar athlete of the year. He was also male athlete of the year for Barry. He's on Barry's Wall of Honor. He was added back in 2016. And if Barry is able to win a 7th title this year, they would be tied for the 2nd all-time. Of course, behind Lander University, that has 8 championships to its name. That backhand sails wide there. So Wayne State now a few chances to send this match to a tiebreak. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's actually hop back on over to court number 1. Let's go to court number 1 because we do see Barry is only 2 points away. Or rather, Wayne State is just 2 points away from making this court a deciding match. It's 30-all here on court number 1. All of a sudden, Barry in the driver's seat for most of this match now. Is under some scoreboard pressure here in Orlando. And that's big from Wayne State. So Wayne State sets up 2 match points. Westhoff, could we see that match point graphic? Wayne State has 2 chances now to even up this doubles point at 1. Second serve here for Barry. See Wayne State pinching the middle end net there. Second serve just goes in, and so it's a deuce point deciding point here on court number 1. So it's a deuce point deciding point, match point for Wayne State. Meanwhile, in court number 3, which we could get back to in just one moment, Wayne State has taken the lead in the tiebreak. So match point number 2 here for Wayne State at court number 1. And that's a huge down the line from Wayne State. So Cedric Drend and Daniel Gray get it done for Wayne State 7-5. Now we are heading to a deciding doubles match. And guess what, folks? Wayne State is up 3-1 in this tiebreak. So we see the Warriors looking to take the doubles point. 3-1 here for Wayne State, closest to us on our screen. Second serve here for Barry. So it's now 3-2 for Wayne State after a nice body second serve there. Off the racket of the Buccaneers. So 3-2 now for Wayne State. Again, the pressure of coming into net, that pressure of being very active at the net, it earns Wayne State now a 2-point lead in this tiebreak. And again, last season was Wayne State's deepest postseason run in program history, reaching the finals of the NCAA tournament, where they fell to this exact team in Barry University. So we see some Wayne State players showing support for this remaining doubles team from the sidelines. So meanwhile, it's 4-2 for Wayne State as these players head back. We see Wayne State coaching staff on the court. They're locked in. Again, it's all the net play from Wayne State. They are the more aggressive team this tiebreak, and so far they are playing their way into this commanding lead. Now 5-2, just 2 points away, folks, from taking the doubles point off the defending national champions Barry. So 5-3 now. Again, Barry really with the chance to put up some big serves here on court number 3, because that is their way back in to set up that net player with some big serves, especially first serves, and that'll do it. Serve out wide there from Barry makes it 5-4 in this deciding tiebreak in the doubles point. So we do see the Warriors still with a 1-point advantage. Second serve now for Wayne State. That's a tough miss off the racket of Wayne State. A bit of an uncomfortable backhand volley there. Spicer and Kelp just letting that one drop a little bit. So 6-all, 5-all in this college tennis point. It's Wayne State still up to serve. So Wayne State not able to put it away at net. That sets up a match point for Barry now. A match point for Barry, a team that was down 5-2 just moments ago here on court number 3. A match point now for the Barry Buccaneers, and they're serving. They're looking to serve out this doubles point, this doubles match. It's match point, as we like to say here at Cracked Rackets. A double match point for the Barry Buccaneers to take this doubles point. Second serve here for Barry. Nice return of serve there from Wayne State to keep the Warriors in it. As the Warriors keep on battling again. We're seeing that depth from the baseline becoming so important, and so is the return. Again, especially when those second serves are nice and deep in the court, being able to dip that return at the feet of the net player. That was so vital to keeping Wayne State in this match. So it's 6-all, 6-all as we change ends here on court number 3. So now we do see Wayne State returning here on 3. That is a bit of a miss-hit backhand, so Barry with match point number 2 now. Wayne State serving to stay in it. Westhoff, can we see that match point graphic for Barry as it's match point number 2 here on court 3. Wayne State, though, so aggressive at net, and that is what got Wayne State that 5-2 lead in this tiebreak. And for Wayne State fans, it is nice to see that return of the net aggression. So 6-all, 7-all in this deciding doubles point. So we see Wayne State looking to serve it out here on 3. Big first serve from Wayne State, so it's match point now for the Warriors. Match point number 1 for Wayne State, a team that was up again 5-2 in this breaker. Wayne State now with the match point up 8-7. And that is bit of a nervous return that does fall in the net there off the racket of Wayne State. So it's 6-all, 8-all here on court number 3. Second serve now for Barry. Barry net. Wayne State, again, looking to take the doubles point over the defending NCAA champions. That return sails long, so Don Spicer and Joe Kelp for Barry. The team is reacting like they almost won this entire match, and this is the opening doubles point. We see how much this means to Wayne State. So again, Wayne State now is up 1-love overall against Barry, and putting the Buccaneers in an uncomfortable spot here in Orlando again. Barry going for NCAA championship number 7. Wayne State looking to stop them in this rematch of last year's NCAA championship match. And again, this is your host, Perry Shinen, joined by our super producer, Daniel Westhoff, here at Cracked Rackets. Meanwhile, we do see the singles matches starting up here as Valdosta State does take the opening point 1-love over Cameron after Valdosta State did win that doubles point. We see Tomas Cardona taking on Tomas Almeida taking on Luca Mack here on court number 1 as Almeida is up 2-1 early on in the singles match. And we do see the score updating now to 2-all between Mack and Almeida. Of course, Cameron is rocking the yellow jerseys today. Valdosta State on the far side of our screen in the white shirts. So Valdosta State has won 2 national championships, those coming back in 2006 and 2011. And their last win in 2011 was actually over Barry. Valdosta State coming out of Valdosta, Georgia. And of course, this team undefeated in 2023. They're 20-0 overall. That includes a 9-0 mark in their conference play in the Gulf South Conference. So we see now 2-all, 15-all in this opening singles match. And of course, we do see Valdosta State only needing 3 out of 6 of these singles matches to advance to the Final Four. Meanwhile, Cameron will need 4. Looking at this Valdosta State team. Looking at Luca Mack, specifically a junior out of Germany. Mack was a freshman back in 2019 through 2020 season when he went 5-2 in singles, back at the number 3 and 4 spots. Of course, that season was canceled due to the pandemic. He's taking on Tomas Almeida here from Cameron. Almeida is a junior out of Porto, Portugal. He was the LSC Newcomer of the Year. That was back in 2022, as well as first team All Lone Star Conference in singles. And he played at number 1 singles for most of the season for Cameron back in 2022. He won 15-6 on that singles court with 12 wins at number 1, and he had a 2-1 record against ranked opponents. He finished the spring season ranked number 1 in the region. He was top 30 in the nation as well in doubles by the ITA. In singles, he was top 50 in the nation. Cameron University is out of Oklahoma in Lawton. Cameron, the 9 seed, of course, taking on that top seed and 2-time NCAA champion Valdosta State. We see a little lucky net cord there from Tomas Almeida. As we do see Valdosta State looking to take a 3-2 lead here on court number 1. Cameron is on a 9-match winning streak. Coming into today's matchup, they're 17-3 overall on the year. And Valdosta State took down number 16 seed Fairmont State. That was a 4-love decision on Thursday to advance to this battle. Meanwhile, looking at Cameron, that was a 4-1 win over the number 8 seed Northwest Missouri State, also on Thursday. And so Valdosta State, of course, going for a perfect season. They are able to win this 2023 NCAA Division II crown. They will have a perfect season and go undefeated all year. Meanwhile, we do bring back the singles in both of these matches as, again, Wayne State with a shocking doubles point. Over Barry, they do take it. 10-8 in that deciding doubles match on court number 3. So we're heading into singles now, and it's all about how the defending NCAA champions Barry will respond after dropping this doubles point to Wayne State. So meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 3, actually. Court number 3 is on the left side of our screen with Valdosta State. Cameron, as we do see, those players are on a changeover. Playing at this number 3 line for Valdosta State, we are seeing Lamar Bartley taking on Baptiste Mercier, who is now setting up some set points for himself here for Cameron. So set point. Westhoff, do we see that set point graphic here for Cameron on court number 3? So we have a deuce point, set point, deciding point here for Baptiste Mercier. Set point here. So that was a double fault, so it's 5-2 now. Baptiste Mercier leads on court number 3 in Westhoff. Let's hop on over to court number 4. Court number 4. So we do not have a current score. We will, of course, keep you updated if that score is communicated to us, but we do see Christian Weedle from Valdosta State taking on Christian Kubik. Looking at Christian Kubel out of Valdosta State. He is a junior out of Germany. And he comes to this Valdosta State program after a stint at Alabama Huntsville. as we see Christian Kubik out of Cameron University. Christian Kubik is out of the Czech Republic, only a sophomore. He's studying sports and exercise science. He was the LSC Player of the Week. That was back in 2022 as a freshman when he won 10 matches on the singles court, went 4-3 in a conference play. Winning 7 doubles matches as well for Cameron. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, between Barry and Wayne State, we do see Alejandro Ibanez Gallego is up 1-love over Cedric Drenth. So Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 5. Court number 5 between Valdosta State and Cameron. On the left side of our screen. As again, we will keep you updated with that court number 4 score as soon as we have more information on that. So here we do see Christian Feline taking on Jao Duleba. Feline out of Valdosta State. Feline is a senior out of Biella, Italy. He is taking on Jao Duleba, a junior out of Brazil, a business major at Cameron. Duleba was second team All Lone Star Conference on the doubles court back in 2021. But this past season as a sophomore, he was 10-7 on the singles court, 10-3 at that number 6 spot. So basically a lock here for Cameron, going 6-2 in those final 10 matches of the season. He also won 10 doubles matches as well for Cameron. And he finished that spring ranked 20 in the region in singles by the ITA. Of course, as a freshman, he was one of the top freshmen in the LSC. After joining the program late, he went 12-5 in singles. And he finished his first year ranked 17 in the region. Number 5 in the region in doubles. So meanwhile, we do see on court number 4, we just got word that Christian Weedle from Valdosta State is up 4-3 against Christian Kubik. So meanwhile, Westhoff, as we introduce all of our matches in action here in Orlando, let's go to court number 6 now. Court number 6 on the left side of our screen. As we do see Pedro Cordillero is now up 5-2 over Alvaro Chavez. And Westhoff, we can hop back on over to court number 5 as we wait for court number 6 to get up from the changeover. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we do see that we're tied up at 1. Looking at Alejandro Ibanez Gallego. He's a senior out of Spain. He was one of the top players in Division II, and last season he went 8-5 in singles, went 9-2 in doubles, and of course he was a top 10 player in the nation in Division II. Was ranked number 10 in singles and number 27 in doubles with his partner Arnau Rodriguez. He was also an ITA singles All-American. And he advanced to the quarterfinals of an ITF back in 2016. And he also had an ATP singles ranking in the Pro Tour before joining this Barry University team. He's majoring in management. We do see Gallego taking a 2-1 lead here over Cedric Drenth on court number 1. Cedric Drenth is a sophomore out of Germany for Wayne State, and this season he was named the GLIAC Player of the Year, earning first team honors and all district honors by the organization College Sports Communicators. They were formerly COSITA. And off the court, he is also a member of the Wayne State Student Athlete Leadership Council. And so, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 2. Court number 2 with Barry and Wayne State. Of course, those teams, Barry and Wayne State, did meet earlier this year, and Barry did take the win 5-2. So again, Wayne State, it's all up to that Warriors team to see how they're able to use that momentum from a shocking doubles point win off the racket of Wayne State. So meanwhile, on court number 6 here, we do see VSU up 5-2. Pedro Cordillero taking on Alvaro Chavez. Looking at this team match as a whole between Valdosta State and Cameron, we do see Cameron now with 2 early first set leads, but Valdosta State has 2 early first set leads as well. So we will keep our eyes peeled as, again, these first sets are finishing up, and looks like it's a potential 4-3 match on both sides of our screen. So we will keep you updated. We will be here all evening here at Cracked Rackets. So we do see Alejandro Palacitos on the right side of our screen up 40-30 here, with a chance to extend his lead to 3-1 for the Barry Buccaneers. Meanwhile, we do see Baptiste Mercier is up 5-4 for Cameron University here on court number 3. So Cameron now has 5-2, 5-3, and 5-4 leads for Cameron on courts 1 through 3. So this top part of the lineup so far going in favor of Cameron. Meanwhile, bottom of the lineup, Valdosta State has a 5-2 lead on courts number 5 and 6. So we do see Palacios extending that lead to 3-1 now here on court number 2. Palacios is a senior for Barry out of Madrid, Spain. He lists his fitness and competition level to be his strengths. He says that he plays a very aggressive game, and so far we have seen Palacios really stepping into that serve return. Some big forehands off the racket of Palacios, and that one is past Daniel Gray. Daniel Gray is a junior out of Germany. This season, he also earned all GLIAC first team honors. And last season, he was on the second team, so he's had a standout year in 2023. And he played in multiple ITF junior championships in his time before college tennis. He was a 3-time school tennis team state championship. State champion for his team and a 2-time state championship runner-up. He also competed in soccer and handball in junior tennis, so always fun. We love to see these players playing multiple sports in the junior tennis ranks. So 5-3 here for Thomas Cardona over Rodrigo Carvalho from Valdosta State. So just 2 points away here for Cameron. Nice serve +1 there for Cameron. Sets up a set point. Set point, Westhoff. Could we see that set point graphic? And meanwhile, we can hop on over to court number 3 between Barry and Wayne State on the singles court. Set point here for Cardona. Or rather, a chance for Cardona to take a set point. So it's actually Rodrigo Carvalho who now has 2 chances to break. A huge break for Valdosta State. So 5-3 here for Cardona, but Carvalho looking to bounce back. Second serve here for Valdosta State. That falls in from the racket of Cardona. So that sets up a set point, deuce point, deciding point here on court number 2. Again, incredible defense there from Cardona. That lob falls in for Cameron. And that is a first set for Tomas Cardona. As again, that overhead from Carvalho sails long. So 6-3. Cameron claims its first set in this singles portion of the match. And meanwhile, we do see Westhoff. Let's head to court number 1. Head to court number 1 here as Tomas Almeida is up 5-3 over Luca Mack. So Cameron is going into singles with some fire here at the top end of the lineup. So meanwhile, Tomas Almeida now with a set point over Luca Mack on the left side of our screen. So we are seeing some first sets finishing up here between Valdosta State and Cameron. We do see there Cameron struggling with depth a little bit, so we do have set point number 2 now for Almeida. Deuce point, set point, deciding point. And that sails wide. Tomas Almeida showing a bit of frustration there. So 5-4, Luca Mack hangs in on court number 1 in Westhoff. Let's check out court number 4 on the left side of our screen. Meanwhile, on court number 4 on the right side of our screen, we do see Arnau Rodriguez taking on Dom Spicer. Arnau Rodriguez playing for the Barry Buccaneers. Rodriguez is a junior out of Spain. He describes himself as a wily player with a wide repertoire of shots. Meanwhile, we do see on the left side of our screen, Christian Kubik taking on Christian Weedle, and Kubik is now up just 3 points away, up 6-5 over Weedle. And we did see Arnau Rodriguez playing 6 for Barry, and now he has moved up to court number 4 for the Barry Buccaneers, and he is taking on Dom Spicer. Spicer is a redshirt junior out of London, England, comes from the Soto Tennis Academy in Spain. He was voted as the number 2 doubles pairing of the ITA National Indoor Championship. That was back in 2019. But last season, really having a standout year. He was named the Wayne State Male Student Athlete of the Year. He was ranked as the number 1 singles player in that Midwest region. He had a number 26 national ranking. He was also top 10 in the country with Luke Laws on the doubles court. Rather, top 10 in the region, top 35 in the nation. He won 24 singles matches for Wayne State, including a 17-9 dual match record, as we do see these two players on the right side of our screen tied up at 3-all in this first set. And so we did see Rodriguez playing in that number 6 spot when these two teams played each other earlier this season. That was when Barry took the win 5-2 over Wayne State. And so 2 months later, they square off again in the NCAA quarterfinals here in Division II men's tennis. So we see Dom Spicer not happy, having a bit of an argument with the chair. As Rodriguez is up 40-30 now, with a chance to take a 4-3 lead. Meanwhile, we have a first set tiebreak here on court number 1 between Valdosta State and Cameron. And now we do see a set point, though, for Cameron. Tomas Almeida here is now up 40-30 over Luca Mack, looking to break and take this opening set. On court number 1. Meanwhile, we have deuce point deciding point coming up for you on court number 4 on the right side of our screen between Barry and Wayne State. It has been a tight start to that match. So we do see overall in that Barry-Wayne State battle, Barry is either tied or in the lead on all 6 singles courts, but it's close. It's all very close here. And Westhoff, let's actually hop back on over to court number 1 between Barry and Wayne State. Court number 1 is we do see Alejandro Ibanez Gallego with a 5-2 advantage over Cedric Drenth. So just one game away here for Barry to take that opening first set. And again, Buccaneers, defending NCAA champions, have responded well so far in these first sets, as we do see on the left side of our screen, Cameron taking yet another first set over Valdosta State. So, Westhoff, let's go back to court number 3, as we do have a first set tiebreak going on court number 3 between Valdosta State and Cameron. As that tiebreak has seemed to finish up there with Baptiste Mercier taking the first set for Cameron University. So, Westhoff, let's check out court number 4 now, as Christian Kubik from Cameron is up 6-5 against Christian Weedle. So let's check out court number 4 meanwhile. In court number 1 for Barry University, Ibanez Gallego now has a set point. Set point for Barry on court number 1. So it is set point here for Gallego, who is looking to serve it out for Barry. And that is a first set. So Gallego takes it. So on the left side of our screen, Westhoff, let's head to court number 2. Let's head to court number 2. As we do see Cardona and Carvalho are tied at 1 in the second set. So Cameron really reeling off some first sets here against the number 1 overall seed in the NCAA championships. Meanwhile, on the bottom end of the lineup, though, we do see Valdosta State able to take care of business up 6-2 and 6-3 respectively at 5 and 6. But first sets do go to Cameron on courts 2, 3, and 1. So here on the right side of our screen, Alessio DeMichaels from Barry looking to take a second set now for the Buccaneers over Daynal Kitamaya. Alessio DeMichaels is a sophomore out of Casale Monferrato, Italy. His previous school as a freshman was Hawaii Hilo, where he played under Kayan Mizuguchi. He was 11-7, all at that number 2 single spot. He added a 10-7 mark in doubles and was mostly playing at number 1 for Hawaii Hilo. He's a business management major. Now at Barry, and he had an ATP doubles ranking in both singles and doubles before heading to join college tennis at Barry. Meanwhile, looking at Wayne State, Denali Kitamaya is a junior and transfers to join the Wayne State Warriors after a stint at the U.S. Air Force Academy. And he was ranked 123 in the nation as a senior in high school and was born in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Joining the Warrior tennis program in the fall of 2022 after going 10-12 overall for Air Force, 5-6 on the singles court and doubles court for the Air Force Falcons back in 2019 through 20 season. So we do see Alessio DeMichaels is up 5-3. As we see a bit of frustration there from Valdosta State on the left side of our screen as Cameron's Tomas Cardona does set up a chance to go up 2-1 in the second set. Again, the top end of the lineup for Cameron has really stepped up today in Orlando. But for Cameron, who will again have to overcome dropping that doubles point. Question for Cameron is, will it be enough? As we do see VSU taking those first sets on the bottom end of our lineup. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check out court number 1 if possible. Court number 1 on the left side of our screen as we do see Cardona taking that 2-1 lead over Rodrigo Carvalho. And meanwhile, could we see a set point graphic here for Alessio DeMichaels as he has a set point over Denali Kitamaya. Second serve here for DeMichaels. Second serve ace. So that is our first set on court number 5, capped off by an ace. Barry takes the first set on 5. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's see the score on court number 2. As we do see Alejandro Palacios is up 5-3 over Daniel Gray. Court number 2 between Barry and Wayne State. But Palacios takes that first set 6-4 over Gray. So, Westhoff, let's check out court number 6 here between Joe Kelt and Jim Butner with Wayne State and Barry. Let's see how court number 6 is doing, because Wayne State, again, really struggling in the singles portion of the match. But Joe Kelt does have a 5-4 lead. And Joe Kelt does take that first set, 6-4. So Wayne State does have a first set on the board for Wayne State fans out there, there is one first set after taking that huge doubles point over to the defending NCAA champions Barry. And so Westhoff, let's head back to court number 4. Court number 4 for Barry Wayne State. As we see a deuce point deciding point here at 3-all between Arnau Rodriguez and Dom Spicer. Again, these players meeting just 2 months ago when Barry did take down Wayne State in their regular season matchup. So it looks like we do have one of those players up 4-3 now in this first set. So let's hop back to court number 3. Court number 3 between Alessandro Giuliotto and Niklas Kars. As it seems as if Giuliotto may have taken that first set 6-4 over Niklas Kars. So again, for Barry, it seems that the Barry team has taken first sets on 5 out of 6 of these courts. Again, unfortunately, we do not have full scoring available in the broadcast booth, but we do see these changeovers looking like Barry is in control of the singles portion of the matches. Ibanez Gallo is making quick work of Cedric Drenth here on court number 1 up 6-2 to love. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we have split decisions going on courts number 1 through 3. Cameron really challenging number 1 seed Valdosta State, taking those first sets, but in courts number 4 through 6, it does seem as if first sets have gone the way of VSU. And so Westhoff, let's check out court number 4 really quickly. Court number 4 on the left side of our screen is, it does have these players still in a tiebreak on our score system, but looks like we do have a first set perhaps going the way of VSU's Christian Weedle. As correct, he did take that first set. 7-5 was the tiebreaker. So we head into that second set now. And Westhoff, let's head back to court number 2, as we do have some score updates coming in now. We do see Tomas Cardona, of course, taking that first set for Cameron. Now it's 2-all in that second set. So we do see that return sailing a bit long off the racket of Carvalho on court number 2 on the left side of our screen. As Cardona's looking to stay ahead here in the second set. So meanwhile, Alessandro Giuliotto looks to be just 2 points away from a first set. Yet another one for the Barry Buccaneers, taking on Niklas Kars. Some nice depth there from these two players. As it's again a battle of the lefties here on court number 3. And we see Nicolas Kars now with 2 chances to extend this first set and make it 5-all. So now it's a deuce point deciding point on the right side of our screen. As we see Barry fighting for another first set here in Orlando. And so we really have seen the defending NCAA champions Barry starting to step in this singles match and overwhelm Wayne State from the baseline. So in doubles, Wayne State was able to hide that a bit more. But Barry's just the more solid team here from the baseline as we see both these players grinding it out here on this deuce point. So that deuce point goes the way of Barry University as we do see Alessandro Giuliaccio taking that first set 6-4. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we have a potential deuce point opportunity between Rodrigo Carvalho and Thomas Cardona. So it's a deuce point deciding point here on court number 2. The backhand battle here on 2. So Cardona takes it up 3-2 in the second set. Cameron continues to stay ahead here on court number 2. Meanwhile, Westhoff, if possible, if we could head to court number 6, actually. Court number 6 on the left side of our screen as we do see Alvaro Chavez did drop that first set to Pedro Cordillero, but he's now up 3-love in that second set. So, again, Cameron needs 4 singles matches, and Cameron is fighting. This is a big fight against the top seed. As we see, the first sets are split, 3 for each team. Of course, Cameron will need to win 4 of these 6 singles matches to win this overall college tennis match. These teams battling for spot in the Final Four in the NCAA Division III championships. And that one drops in off the racket of Wayne State's Denali Kitamaya, so he stays in it there for Wayne State. Meanwhile, on court number 6, Cordillero is storming back in this second set. And so looking at the way that Alvaro Chavez has changed his game a little bit. If you look at his body weight, you look at his court position, he's been a bit closer to the baseline, not letting himself get pushed back as much on this windy day down in Orlando. And Cordier is struggling a bit with consistency, especially off that backhand side. So Chavez has been playing smart to open up the second set, but again, Cordier was down 3-love. It is now 3-2 on court number 6. And so Westhoff, let's go back to court number 1 on the right side of our screen, because we do see Alejandro Ibanez Gallego is up 6-2 3-love over Cedric Drenth. So meanwhile, Ibanez Gallego is able to take these serve returns a bit early here on the right side of our screen. And his first serve return percentage is very high, which is causing Cedric Drenth to press a little bit, especially in the second set. And again, second sets are where you start to see those loose errors, a bit of fatigue in this match, as we do come up on 2 hours of this match. So meanwhile, Westhoff, we jump to another court between Valdosta State and Cameron on the left side of our screen, as unfortunately our scores are not updating with the pace of play. So we will try another court here in Orlando. Meanwhile, Ibanez Gallego now up 4-love against Cedric Drenth. So it's 2-1 here. Luca Mack leads from Valdosta State after dropping that first set to Tomas Almeida. It's now 3-1 here on court number 1, as we do see that score update for us. And so these second sets are tight between Valdosta State and Cameron, after we do see, of course, 3 first sets going the way of each team. Bottom 3 spots do go the way of VSU. Top 3 spots, of course, do go to Cameron. So meanwhile, looking overall at this Barry-Wayne State battle, that only 2 months earlier we saw Barry take the win in regular season competition, but we do see Barry taking 4 out of 6 first sets, and Barry does need 4 matches. Wayne State only has 2 first sets at the moment as we start early on in these second set battles, but Barry is very close to evening things up at 1-all overall in that score line. So Luca Mack from Valdosta State on court number 1 on the left side of our screen has found a way to pull Almeida off the court a little bit, because Almeida, again, pretty comfortable moving up and back, but a little less comfortable moving side to side here on court number 1, as we do see Cameron looking to claw its way back now in this second set on court number 1. Meanwhile, Ibanez Gallego really finding a way to hit a lot of forehands on court number 1. His forehand is clearly his stronger side. Looking for a lot of those topspin forehands to really push back Cedric Drenth, as Drenth is able to hang in that point. Meanwhile, Luca Mack, multiple chances now to go up 4-1. Trying to force a third set here at the top singles court. And that's big from Valdosta State. So it's 4-1 on court number 1 for Luca Mack. Meanwhile, Ibanez Gallego now up 5-love. Just one game away from a match for Barry. And from the side of scoreboard pressure, that's a match that Barry really needs. Again, to just get in Wayne State's head that Barry is the NCAA defending champions here in Orlando. Barry, of course, out of Miami, Florida. So Westhoff, let's next head to court number 5, if possible, on the left side of our screen. Court number 5, as Christian Feline is up 6-2, 3-2 over João Duleba. We do see Cameron starting to show a bit of frustration there on court number 5, as Feline has just made Duleba hit one extra ball here, and that's been working for Valdosta State. So Cameron just trying to move forward, trying to be aggressive when Duleba is down. And sometimes that is what you have to do when you are trailing in a match, is not only change up the pace, but start to move forward, start to make your opponent uncomfortable in any way possible. And we are seeing Duleba try a few different strategies here against Christian Feline, because again, Duleba's not able to beat Feline from the baseline. So now he's on his way into net. Meanwhile, Cedric Drenth on the right side of our screen, trying to just get in this set. As that one lands in, so we play on here on court number 1. And of course, at 7 p.m. Eastern, we will have 2 more quarterfinal matches for you in this Division III Men's Tennis Championship. We have Indy, number 3 seed, taking on number 6 seed Flagler. Meanwhile, we will also have Hawaii Pacific taking on Columbus State. Hawaii Pacific is the number 7 seed. Columbus State is the number 2 seed. So we see Ibanez Gallego now, just 2 points away. Ibanez Gallego really showing that racket control. Moving strength around the baseline, and that's something that this Barry team is so lethal, is really just that baseline aggression. As we do see a match point now for Barry University on court number 1. Second serve here for Drenth. And that is match. 6-2, 6-love from Alejandro Ibanez Gallego. So it's 1-all overall in this team match. And meanwhile, Barry University up a set and 3-1 on court number 6. So if we can switch over there, West up on the right side of our screen, court number 6. Meanwhile, Christian Feline up a set and 3-2 over Jaudleba in this battle between Valdosta State and Cameron. In Westhoff, let's actually hop to court number 2 if possible. Court number 2 on the left side of our screen, as we do see Tomas Cardona is up a set, and now it's 4-all in this second set as Rodrigo Carvalho looks to send it to 3 sets. Here on court number 2. Again, Valdosta State takes the opening doubles point, so Valdosta State needs 3 more singles matches, and Cameron is ahead in the second set on court number 6 after dropping the first. Same with court number 4, and we do see Cameron coming out with the win in that first set, at least on courts number 1 through 3. So we might have some set points here from Luca Mack on the left side of our screen as Luca Mack looks to send it to a third set against Tomas Almeida. Again, we have a lot of third sets brewing here in Orlando, and these are 4 spots in the NCAA championships, the final 4. So we are not surprised at the tightness of these matches. And I've talked about a lot here on Cracked Rackets, the importance and also the skill of closing out matches. I mean, in college tennis, it often comes down to 1 match, comes down to 2 matches. It comes down to timing. Because again, the first team to 4 wins these matches, and closing out matches is not easy, so we will probably see a lot of third sets here this evening on Cracked Rackets. Again, this is your host, Perry Shinen, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff. And if you're joining us from the NCAA website, if you're joining us from the classic, the Cracked Rackets YouTube channel, we thank you, and we will have much more for you this evening as well from these Division II team championships. So we are heading to a third set on court number 1. Meanwhile, here on 2, we're tied at 4 in the second set. Cameron does take the opening set. 6-3 is that score. And that's big off the racket of Wayne State, so Joe Kelp trying to stay in it here on court number 6 and force a third set. So 6-3, 4-all here for Thomas Cardona. On the left side of our screen, as it does seem that Valdosta State Rodrigo Carvalho has taken, no, it is 5-4 now. Multiple chances for Carvalho to go up 5-4. So it's 5-4 now for VSU on court number 1. And so Westhoff, during that changeover, let's head to court number 3 if possible, as Baptiste Mercier from Cameron does have a 1 point. He's 1 point away from taking this match. It's 5-3 now in the second set over Lamar Bartley. We're seeing Mercier really just grip and rip on that forehand side. And that comes off that solid return that Baptiste Mercier is able to generate. Again, he's shortening his backswing a lot, and especially with these windy days, it really comes down to technical soundness. And so it does seem that Bartley was able to hang in there, though, so it's 5-4 now for Mercier on court number 3. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 5. Court number 5, as we are seeing Christian Feline up 6-2, 3-2 over Zhao Duleba. And we might have, hopefully, an updated score coming soon for you on this match, as it does seem that it has been 3-2 for Feline for quite a minute here. On Cracked Rackets, we will hopefully have that updated score for you shortly as we see those players play on. Meanwhile, right side of our screen, we see Alejandro Palacios is tied up at 3 here with Daniel Gray after taking the first set 6-4 for Barry. So all of a sudden, we are getting some score updates with this Barry and Wayne State battle. Barry is now just 2 games away on courts 2 and 3 from making this match a 3-1 lead for the Barry Buccaneers. So after looking dire after doubles, the Barry Buccaneers have come out strong in singles. And meanwhile, we do see that is match. So Christian Feline able to take down Zhao Duleba 6-2, 6-2 on court number 5. So we're seeing all of a sudden a ton of score updates pouring in here. So VSU does take the matches on courts number 5 and 6 rather. So that's 2 more points for Valdosta State, a team that is now up 3-love over a gritty Cameron team. Again, the bottom of the lineup so far has come in clutch for Valdosta State, and Westhoff, let's head to court number 3 as we're not sure if our court number 4 score is functioning currently, but for court number 3, Cameron looking to put a point on the board here. So it's match point here for Baptiste Mercier. And that sets up the match point for Mercier now. Westhoff, could we see that graphic here on court number 3 as Cameron looks to put one on the board. That's matched. So Cameron is on the board thanks to Baptiste Mercier with the 7-6-6-4 tight win over Lamar Bartley from VSU. So it's 3-1 now, our overall score here on the left side of our screen. So Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 4 as we did just get a score update here. That Christian Kubik is up 3-2 against Christian Weedle, court number 4 rather, on the left side of our screen. So it's 7-6 Christian Weedle is ahead, but 3-2 Christian Kubik is up now in this second set. So again, although Valdosta State needs only one more, the question for Valdosta State fans is where will that come from? So we're seeing courts 3 and 4 tight in the second sets. So we do see a big game there from Christian Kubik. So it's 4-2 now for Kubik. Meanwhile, we're just starting our third sets on courts number 1 and 2. And so we actually are getting word that court number 3 might still be playing on, as that scoreboard is currently being updated. As I'm speaking, we have a few different scores that are pouring in at the same time from the scoreboard. So the overall score between these two teams might be changing. We will keep you updated with that. Again, we always love a little bit of fun with these digital scoreboards. So meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we do see Joe Kelt from Wayne State now up 6-4, 4-3 over Tim Butner. So Kelt is looking to give Wayne State a 2-1 lead over Barry. But meanwhile, for Barry fans, Buccaneers are up big on a few other courts in action. So Westhoff, let's check out court number 2 right now, actually. Court number 2 on the right side of our screen. And so as an update, it does seem that that match between Baptiste Mercier and Lamar Bartley is in fact over. But we will keep you updated if that scoreboard changes yet again. So it seems that our overall score of 3-0 for Valdosta State does hold. But meanwhile, Alejandro Palacios is up 6-4, 5-3. Palacios just 3 points away. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see Christian Weedle now down 4-3 against Christian Kubik. So Weedle fighting back for Valdosta State. And so Westhoff, let's head back to court number 3 as we have not yet seen an update from the score, court number 3 on the left side of our screen, but it's very possible that Lamar Bartley could have taken a second set lead here. As we wait for our scores to update here. So we do see it's actually game point now for Baptiste Mercier from Cameron. Again, Cameron, this 9th-seeded team that is putting up a battle against the top seed Valdosta State. So we have a deuce point deciding point here in this second set. Deuce point deciding point for Mercier to take a second set lead over Bartley after, of course, taking that first set in a tiebreak. And that ball sails wide, so that is a huge reaction from Baptiste Mercier, who knows how important it is for Cameron to make that final move, take that final stand here in Orlando. So meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 4 if possible, as we do see that scoreboard updating for us. And for Valdosta State fans, Christian Weedle did take that opening set 7-6, and now he is down 4-3 to the other Christian Kubik. But this is the only potential straight set match that Valdosta State could win to come out on top in this match, as, again, we are seeing the third set start off. Cameron taking the opening game in both of those third sets on courts number 1 and 2. Meanwhile, Alessandro Giuliotto is up 6-4, 4-1 here for Barry against Niklas Kars. So Valdosta State now up 30-15. Again, Christian Weedle looking for a big break here for VSU to give VSU fans a chance to see a straight set victory to close out this match. But again, it's an uphill battle here against a tough Christian Kubik, who's putting a lot of balls in the court right now, and rally ball is pretty deep off the racket of Kubik. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, Alessandro Giuliotto up 6-4, 4-2 now over Niklas Kars. But Kars finishes that one with the overhead. So Westhoff, let's check out court number 6, if possible, from the right side of our screen. Let's see if our scores are correct there, that Joe Kelt is up 6-4, 4-3 over Tim Butner. So again, for Wayne State fans, that match going right now in favor of Kelt. But Butner has come back, as we do see now it's 5-4. For Tim Butner here in the second set. And that is dropper from Wayne State's Joe Kelp, which works against Tim Butner. But Westhoff, let's actually head back to court number 2. Court number 2 here, as Alejandro Policitos is only 2 points away from a victory over Daniel Gray, which would give Barry a 2-1 overall lead here in Orlando. But Wayne State says not yet, as Daniel Gray able to come in there, put a little bit of pressure on Policitos. Daniel Gray looking for that forehand down the line, and looks like he just missed it, so we might have a match point on our hands, as we do see here on court number 2. Policitos looking to add another one to the Barry scoreboard. And that is an unlucky let cord from the racket of Barry. So we are playing on here. 5-all. Again, not the time for Policitos to catch that unlucky let cord, but it happens. So, Westhoff, let's head to court number 3 now. Court number 3 is exactly, that's perfect to do. A double box bringing back Valdosta State, as we now see Christian Weedle up 7-6, 5-4 against Christian Kubik, from down 4-3 to now up 5-4. So it's heading to changeovers on both of these courts. So Westhoff, let's bring some action back on the screen for a few seconds until... Well, meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we see those players are coming back into action, but let's switch out court number 3 on the right side of our screen with court number 4, as it does seem that Arnau Rodriguez from Barry's looking to send that match to a third set. And it seems that he does. So we are heading to a third on court number 4, and Westhoff, we can hop back on over to court number 3 now. Meanwhile, Christian Weedle for Valdosta State, just 3 points away from a big clinch. Again, Cameron putting up a battle at the other matches in action. We're in third sets. That backhand on the line does not go over there for Kubik. So we play on here on court number 4, as Christian Weedle is now up 30-love. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we're just starting that game as Barry again looks for point number 2. And so it's match point now for Christian Weedle to clinch this match for Valdosta State, send the number 1 seeds into the Final Four. It's a battle of depth here on 4. Christian Weedle gets it done. Valdosta State is heading to the Final Four, the number 1 seeds and 2-time NCAA Division II championship. Champions are heading back to the Final Four for a spot in the championship. Valdosta State is heading to the semifinals here in Orlando. Meanwhile, we do see here Alessandro Giuliotto is up 6-4, 5-2 over Nikos Karts, as this is our only match at the moment, again at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. In less than 30 minutes, we will have more Division II action for you here on Cracked Rackets, but for now, we do stay with this match tied at 1-all. As Valdosta State gets through that one 4-1, the final score. We see Niklas Karts fighting back here in this second set. Nice battle here between these two lefties. We see Wayne State gaining control of this point. Karts at the net, looking to finish it with the overhead. That lands in. We play on here. That one lands into incredible defense here from Alessandro Giuliotto. And that is a huge point that, again, we talk about at Crack Rackets, a point being worth 2 points emotionally. Of course, every point is worth just 1 point, but a battle like that, especially down in the heat late in this match, would not be surprised if that is mentally worth 2 points here, as Niklas Karts from Wayne State fighting back. Second serve here from Karts. Meanwhile, on court number 2, we have a battle unfolding in that second set, as well as we see Alejandro Palacios. Palacios is now up 6-5 in the second set over Daniel Gray. So we have a deuce point, deciding point, and match point, all at the same time here at the USTA National Campus. As Alessandro Giuliotto tries to put 2 on the Berry scoreboard. So we have, again, the rest of our matches. One match is still in the second set, but the rest of the matches already starting third sets as we come up on 2.5 hours in this battle. And that's match 6-4, 6-2 for Alessandro Giuliotto. That is a 2-1 lead now for the Berry Buccaneers in Westhoff. Let's quickly hop on back to court number 2 as we see Alejandro Palacios is up 6-4, 6-5 over Daniel Gray. And it's 30-15 in that game. So we are just 2 points away from Berry now taking a 3-1 advantage over Wayne State. So it's a match point for Alejandro Palacios. Match point over Daniel Gray to make this 3-1 overall match here on court number 2. Big serve from Palacios and the finish. Alejandro Palacios takes this match 6-4, 7-5. Looks like he wasn't sure if the match was over. Well, it is over. Palacios able to dominate there at the end of that match. But again, a tight overall match, 6-4, 7-5 over Daniel Gray. So 3-1. Berry leads here in Westhoff. Let's now hop to the lower end of the lineup here, as those 3 matches are in third sets. So let's go to court number 6, where we do see Berry with a 2-love lead, Tim Butner. Again, Tim Butner dropped the first set to Joe Kelt, was down 4-3 in that second set, takes the second set 6-4, now is up 2-love. So he has won 5 games in a row now since being down in that second set to Wayne State. So Berry continues to dominate here. Meanwhile, in the other 3-set matches in action, we do see Arnau Rodriguez now has a 3-love lead on court number 4 over Tom Spicer for Berry. On court number 5, it's tied at 2 in that third set. And here on 6, of course, Butner is up 2-love in that third set. So pathways to 4, of course, for Berry. The Buccaneers only need 1 of those third sets, and Wayne State, an uphill battle, now needs 3. So that's big from Tim Butner. But it looks like that ball was called in. So it's 3-love for Berry on courts number 4 and 6. Buccaneers really establishing themselves in these third sets. So Westhoff, let's go back to court number 4. Court number 4 here, as Arnau Rodriguez is up 3-love over Tom Spicer. Again, these players meeting just 2 months ago in the regular season matchup that was back at the number 6 spot. So both of these players moving up in the lineup in the postseason. Where we do see Barry up 3-love in this third set. And again, Arnau Rodriguez has really come up with some nice heavy topspin rally balls to push Dom Spicer back. And that is what won Rodriguez that second set convincingly, 6-love. I mean, since dropping that first set, Rodriguez has won 9 games in a row over Dom Spicer. And that was really just through increasing the depth of his rally ball and then being able to step in on those shorter balls, whereas the first set was very tight between both players. Dom Spicer able to put a few more balls in that first set, but Rodriguez swinging a lot more freely now here for Barry. That was a nice overhead finish there from Dom Spicer. Seems that may have been a first serve let call again. In college tennis, lets are played, so it does not actually seem like that was a let call. Maybe that was just wide off the racket of Spicer. So second serve now for WSU. So Wayne State Warriors have battled this match, of course. Barry is not the most comfortable at this point, although Barry is up 3-1 because, again, Barry needs one of these third sets. And third sets, very famously or not in the college tennis world, go by very quickly. So anything can happen in these third sets. Momentum changes in a third set like it does in no other. As we do see, Rodriguez, though, does have the first 3 games of this third set. But Spicer is opening up the court with that serve +1. Meanwhile, we do see Alessio DeMichels taking a 3-2 lead on court number 5 over Denali Kitamaya. So Barry now has a third set lead on all 3 of these courts still in action. Again, earlier tonight, we did see number 1 seed Valdosta State move past Cameron 4-1. Cameron, the number 9 seed. As Valdosta State looks to continue an undefeated season. Season that saw them go 20-0 in the regular season, 9-0 in their conference. As they continue their postseason run here in Orlando. Big overhead finish there from Barry at the net. So it does seem as if Arnau Rodriguez is now up 4-love. Although we do not have point-by-point scoring here on court number 4. It does seem that 4-love is the probable score at this point, as Dom Spicer did hand Rodriguez the balls to serve. We are starting a new game now. And for Spicer, it's going to be about finding that forehand because, again, Dom Spicer has some nice racket head speed on that forehand side if he can get his feet set early enough for that forehand. Again, Spicer with a nice forehand inside-out pattern there, and that sets up an overhead put away that is not returned by Arnau Rodriguez. So we do see a miss hit there from Spicer. And again, although that forehand side very strong off the racket of Spicer, we have seen Wayne State struggle a little bit with pulling away off their ground strokes. And that might be, of course, in part due to nerves today. And again, trying to punch a ticket to the Final Four of the NCAA championships here in Orlando. Meanwhile, on court number 6, we did just get a score update that Tim Butner is up 5-love, and Alessandro DeMichaels on court number 5 is now up 5-2. So, Westhoff, let's head to court number 5 to see if that match is in action. Let's head to court number 5 here. As it does seem that this is a 4-love game on 4. And we will head there. Rather, we could try court number 6. Let's see if court number 6, Tim Butner, who is now up 5-love. Let's see if that match is in action here. As we do see these two players heading to changeover as well on court number 4, Arnau Rodriguez is up 4-1. So again, 1 game away for Barry on courts number 5 and 6. The Barry Buccaneers look to move on here in Orlando. So 15-all is our score on court number 6. Meanwhile, we did just get a point-by-point return in our online scoring here as Alessio DeMichaels is up 5-2, 15-love over Denali Kitamaya. So 2 points away here on court number 6, and rather 3 points away on court number 6 and 3 points away on court number 5. So it is a race to the finish line to see who is able to clinch this match for the Barry Buccaneers. Was Joe Kelt showing a bit of frustration there, and that does set up a match point here for Tim Butner and Barry University out of Miami, Florida. Not going far for this NCAA quarterfinal match. And that double fault does it for Barry University. So Tim Butner sends Barry to the Final Four in the NCAA Division II Team Championships here in Orlando, Florida. And Barry on a quest for their 7th NCAA Team Championship in school history. Tim Butner is through 4-6, 6-4, 6-11. We do see Barry seems focused in the reaction, as this was close. Wayne State putting up a battle again. These teams met last year in the 2022 NCAA Division II championships, and we did see Barry come out with the win then, and Barry also able to find a way tonight in Orlando. Barry is through 4-1 over Wayne State as the Buccaneers continue their NCAA quest at the national campus in Florida. As we see those players cleaning up after this match. So we will see Barry in the semifinals. And meanwhile, we will take a quick break to get our cameras ready for our 7 p.m. quarterfinal match here on Cracked Rackets. Again, this is your host, Perry Shinen, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff. We will be back at 7:05 p.m. Welcome back to our cross-court cast of the 2023 NCAA Team Championships in Division II Men's College Tennis. We are starting off this match here between number 3 seed Indy and number 6 seed Flagler, as we introduce all of these doubles matches in action today. And of course, earlier this evening, we had the other two quarterfinals that have already completed. We saw number 1 seed Valdosta State push past Cameron 4-1. Cameron was the number 9 seed. Meanwhile, we saw number 4 seed Barry overcoming Wayne State 4-1. Barry, of course, the defending NCAA champions in Division II. So we start here on court number 1, as we will introduce all of the doubles matches in action today in this doubles point. Of course, the first team to win 2 out of 3 of these doubles matches does win the doubles point. These doubles matches played only 1 set, no ad scoring. We see here on court number 1, Edgar Destoe playing with Tom Zook. They're taking on Jagger on Padswald and Nikita Tatian. Tatian and Ong Padswald are from Flagler. Destoe and Zook from Indy. As we do see, Indy does take the opening game on all 3 doubles matches in action this evening. We do see big serve there on the far side of our screen, as we see Indy is closest to us on our screen with the red shirts and shorts. Meanwhile, Flagler just with the red shirts on the far side. And we see the overheads coming back here. That falls in. Indy with great defense, but that is not good enough, as we are now tied up at 1 here on court number 1. Looking at this Indy men's tennis roster, we see Edgar Destoe, a sophomore out of Bordeaux, France. He is partnered up with Tom Zook. Tom Zook is a senior out of Germany. Meanwhile, on the far side of our screen, we do see Jagger Potswald and Nikita Tatian. Jagger on Potswald is a sophomore out of Singapore. Meanwhile, Nikita Tatian, a senior out of Barcelona, Spain. He's a transfer from the University of Nebraska. So from D1 to D2. We saw Tatian. He attended Nebraska his freshman year. So we do see Indy now looking to serve to take a 2-1 lead here on this top doubles court. Big serve now sets up 40 love. So multiple chances for Indy to go up 2-1. And that's a 2-1 lead here for Indy on court number 1. And Westhoff, let's head on over to court number 2 here. Court number 2, where, of course, we'll introduce all of these matches. Court number 2, we see Matthew Dirachi and Erwan Momo taking on Philip Lemkin and Pavlos Parson. And we are also tied at 1 here, as Indy has some chances to extend that lead to 2-1. And they do. So 2-1. Indy leads on 2 in Westhoff. Let's quickly hop on over to court number 3, as we do see Louis Picard and Nikolai Talamia taking on Peter Cervenka and Jacobo Donito. We're tied at 1 here on court number 3. As again, Indy coming up with some big serves here on 3. So big serve here from this Indy team, and now multiple chances to take a 2-1 lead on all 3 courts. So that's a 2-1 lead for Indy. And Westhoff, let's hop back on over to court number 1. So we see Indy taking that opening 2-1 lead on all 3 courts in action today, as Flagler is fighting back to tie us up at 2 on court number 1. Meanwhile, later tonight, we will be bringing you one more Division II quarterfinal match here in Orlando between number 7 seed Hawaii Pacific and number 2 seed Columbus State. So we are here with multiple chances to be tied up at 2 now, with a big break coming up for Flagler. That's big from Flagler, so it's 2-all. So meanwhile, we do see that it's 2-all now here, 2-all, 15-all here on court number 2. So 2-all, 30-11. Again, these first 4 games, so important in these college tennis doubles matches again. These matches only played to 1 set. Here as we do see Indy up 30-15 here on court 1. So Indy now with some chances to go up 3-2 here on court number 1. It's a big serve down the tee, makes it 3-2 for Indy. So we've seen a lot of big serves to open up this doubles match. Not many long points, may we say. And let's hop on over to court number 2 now. Court number 2, as we are tied up at 2 on courts 2 and 3. That's quick picked off at the net from Indy. And so far, even though this match is obviously quite close in the doubles match, we have seen bigger serves from the racket of Indy. So the question will be first serve percentage for this Indy team as they take on Flagler in the quarterfinals of this NCAA battle here in Orlando. That ball just sails wide. Flagler player smiling a bit there as Philippe Lemkin and Pavlos Parson look to hang with the Indy team. Indy, of course, the 3 seed. Flagler comes in at number 6 in this NCAA draw. And again, we saw earlier today some elements being a factor. The wind, of course, along with the heat, but especially that wind. And so we're seeing these big serves from Indy on both sides of the court, whether or not they are with the wind. And that does just show the strength of this team from the standpoint of servers. We do second serve. Seeing a second serve now here for Indy. And that one sails long, so 3-2 Indy is in front. Westhoff, let's go to court number 3 now. So 3-2 for Indy on courts 1 and 2. Now here on court number 3, we are tied at 2. We see Indy on serve as Luis Picard and Nikolai Telemia take on Peter Cervenka and Jacobo Donito. So big point here for Flagler for a chance to break Indy. As I was just saying, it's going to come down to serving, to first serve percentage for Indy. And we see a break point opportunity here for Flagler. Great get from Flagler. So it's 3-2. Flagler is in front here on court number 3 in Westhoff. Let's hop back on over to court number 1 as these doubles matches are going at about the same pace. 3-2 on all 3 of the courts. Indy with the leads on 1 and 2. So it's 3-0. Now on court number 1. So we do see Flagler battling. And looking at the Flagler team as a whole, in 2023. Flagler's 19-6 overall, 5-1 in conference play. Flagler, of course, winning the Division II Southeast region with a 4-love win over Tusculum and a 4-1 win over Wingate. And Flagler also winning losing in the finals of that Peach Belt Conference tournament. That was a 4-1 loss to our number 3 seed, Columbus State, who of course you will see later tonight. But Flagler was able to take down Young Harris 4-love and put up a gritty 4-3 win over Lander in that semifinal of the Peach Belt Conference. But Indy continuing to serve big and earn opportunities here on court number 1. Meanwhile, Indy is 22-2 overall, 5-0 in conference play. Indy won the Midwest Regional with 2 4-love wins over McHenry and Ferris State. Also took down the GLVC championship opponents, 4-love in the first 2 rounds and a 4-1 win in the final over Southwest Baptist. And interesting to note that this Indy team took down the number 1 seeded Barry 4-love in the indoor team championship earlier this year. So multiple chances here for Indy to take a 4-3 lead. That serve return sails long, so 4-3 for Destoué and Zook on court number 1. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 2, as we do see Matthew Durace and Erwan Momo looking to extend their lead against Philip Lamkin and Pavlos Parson. And that goes right through the racket of Flagler. So we do see here on court number 2 that sets up a deuce point deciding point. Here 3-2 Indy is in the lead. Indy looking for a big break here to extend that lead to 4-2. As the teams have been deadlocked in the early part of this doubles point. That's nice hands, though, from Flagler to hold there and bring us to 3-all. Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 3, where we also are tied at 3-all. So 3-all on 2 and 3-all here on court number 3. Wow, that was a forehand return rip if I've ever seen one from Flagler. So Peter Cervenka and Jacobo Dinito to take a 15-love lead here on court number 3. That almost looked like the kind of return that someone would hit when they know the serve is out. Sometimes in tennis we do rip a good return when the serve is out because we relax as players knowing that we're not actually in the point. Well, that was what Flagler looked like they did there. So 3-all, 15-all now. And Westhoff, let's actually hop back on over to court number 1 because it is 3-all on courts number 2 and 3, but on court number 1, we are tied up at 4. So again, first serve percentage for this Indy team. So vital right now as Indy is now at 15-love here on court number 1. A very mandatory hold for Indy. Huge serve down the tee, so 30-love. We're talking John Isner out here with the length of the points. We have some short points going on in doubles, and again, that just is a credit to both teams' ability to put that first serve in and hit their spots. Nice move there from Indy at the net as well, and that is another big benefit of serving well in a doubles match is that of course you set up your net player. So sometimes these players who are playing at the baseline just serving that first serve in, they don't even have to hit another shot in the point as we saw right there, as Indy has not had to hit any ground strokes here in this point, and they are up 40-love. That is nice moving forward there from Flagler, so that saves 1 game point. And again, Flagler staying nice and tough at the baseline. And talk about the lack of shots that players have hit at the baseline so far in this doubles point overall, but we are seeing when the players they do have a good amount of rhythm, which is not easy to do. Again, usually early on in matches you work with those cross-court rallies to get your rhythm from the baseline, but we haven't really seen much of that here on court number 1. So that actually seemed like it was game, but seems that now we are going to play a deuce point. Again, we do see that scoreboard update on the lower end of our screen. So deuce point here on court 1. And that's big from Indy, so 5-4. Indy leads on court number 1, Westhoff. Let's hop on over to court number 2, where we do see Indy is now at 4-3 on 2 and 3. We'll stop by here at 2 to see Matthew Durace and Erwan Momo. So wow, that return does catch according to the chair umpire. Hard to tell from our broadcast booth, but Flagler is not happy about that one. So it's an overrule. Our first one that we have tonight here on Cracked Rackets. So that sets up a break point for Indy on court number 2. So we do see Indy now trying to serve out the set. Meanwhile, Indy is doing the same on court number 1. Except this time, Indy is trying to break Flagler. So Indy is now 1 game away. But again, this is a very close doubles point. One that could still go either way. And we are seeing Indy, though, putting in their first serves on courts 1 and 2, and that's what's made the difference so far for this team that has a lot of firepower from those serves. So 30 love for Indy, just 2 points away here on court number 2.
Go boys! Go boys! Go boys!
And looking at this Indy team, Indy now setting up match points. And this makes it match point for Matthew Durace and Erwan Momo. Match point for Indy on court number 2.
Let's go, boys!
Meanwhile, we do see Indy looks like looking for the ball, which did roll out of the court, so Indy will take that back to serve here on match point. Match point for Durace and Momo. Of 5-3 here on court number 2. And did that serve catch? The umpire is discussing with the players, and second serve now. So that is match. 6-3 for Matthew Durace and Erwan Momo. So Indy has its first doubles match of the evening. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's quickly hop back on over to court number 1 as Indy's up 5-4 on 1 and 5-3 on court number 3. So we will keep our heads close to the score here. As 30-15, Indy leads here on 1. And that is a miss from Indy. So it's 5-all. As we see our score updating from 30-15 to 5-all. It happens. Sometimes that jump is made. Not actually in tennis, but today with our scoreboards, it is made. So court number 3, Westhoff. Let's try that. Let's see what's going on in court number 3, because it does seem that Indy is up 5-3 on court number 3 as well. Big serve, though, from Indy here on 1. So 5-3 here for Picard and Tolima. That's big from Indy as it sets up a deuce point, match point, deciding point here on 3. Again, Indy just needs this point to take the doubles point overall against Flagler. Indy is a wall at net. But that's too good from Flagler, able to make their way in. So we extend this doubles point, 5-4. So Westhoff, let's hop back on over to court number 1, where Edgar Destuet and Tom Zook do have a 30-15 lead here against Flagler. Big serve down the tee there from Indy. Really stacked on these serves, this doubles point, which, again, credit to this Indy team. Indy led by head coach Malik Tibet. Tibet is the 2021 National ITA Women's Coach of the Year. He was the Regional Women's Coach of the Year that season as well. And in 2019, he was the Men's Coach of the Year in the GLVC. So we are seeing a bit of an argument with the chair, and we're trying to figure out what the chair is accusing Indy of perhaps moving during the first serve. That would be wild, but that might have happened. That might be what the chair is saying. Because sometimes if you move too early, it's called an environmental distraction. If you're making noise with your feet and moving to distract the server, that's actually not allowed. So, again, hard to tell from our broadcast booth what actually happened, but looks like that's what the chair umpire was saying to the Indy players. So, Indy is now up 15-love, it seems. 15-love for Indy. Again, we don't really see that call a lot in college tennis. It happens, though, for sure, but not a lot, as we see Flagler bring the I formation here on both first and second serve. So that is 30-11 for Indy again, looking for a big break here on court number 3. Meanwhile, Indy is 2 points away on court number 1 as well, up 6-5, 30-15 now. So we will keep our eyes on those scores. 2 points away for Indy on both 1 and 3. Nice serve there. Serve +1 from this Flagler duo. And Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court number 1 super quickly, as it seems that we have a match point. Edgar Destoué and Tom Zook have another match point here on court number 1. Match point and break point here for Indy. And that's a home run, not the baseball kind. So it is now 40-30. And there are 2 different types of players. The player that gets a little nervous and hits the fence, and the player that gets a little nervous and hits the ball very short. There are those, because sometimes racket head speed can decreased racket head speed can look different for 2 different types of players based on technique and based on who the player is as well on the court. So we do see match point number 2 is saved now. Match point number 3, rather, is saved by Flagler. So the grit here from Flagler is real. Deuce point, deciding point, match point on both of these courts. So it's 2 match points at the same time for Indy. Indy, of course, needs one of them. Flagler needs both of these matches, so Flagler must defend both of these match points. And that is too good from Indy, so we are on to court number 3, where Indy has another chance at the same time. Indy on defense. And that sails in. Indy wins the doubles point over Flagler, and one of the grittiest points I've ever seen on a match point. So it's 1-love. Indy is in front now. The number 3 seed gets by Flagler in the doubles portion of this match, and if this match is anything like that doubles point, we are in for a good one. Meanwhile, of course, we will also have Hawaii Pacific and Columbus State. That will start at the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So we will have both of those matches when we return after a short break. Welcome back to our cross-court cast of the 2023 NCAA Division II Championships here in Orlando, Florida. Of course, we are bringing you our final quarterfinal match of the evening, just starting up in the doubles portion of the college tennis match on the right side of our screen. That is number 7 seed Hawaii Pacific taking on number 2 seed Columbus State. We will introduce all of the doubles matches in action. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we did see Indy, the number 3 seed, take a gritty doubles point over number 6 Flagler. So those teams just starting out singles. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we do see Santiago Perez and Tommaso Schold from CSU taking on Jacob Baran and Benjamin Locasano, those players from Hawaii Pacific. Looking at Santiago Perez. Perez is partnered up tonight with Tommaso Schold. Perez is just a freshman out of Perry-Era, Colombia. Meanwhile, Tommaso Schold, a senior out of Livorno, Italy. Those players taking on Jacob Baran and Benjamin Locasano from Hawaii Pacific. Benjamin Locasano is a graduate student out of Germany. Jacob Baran is a sophomore out of the Czech Republic. So we do see Hawaii Pacific taking that opening game on court number 1 in Westhoff. Let's head to court number 2 on the right side of our screen in this doubles portion. On court number 2, we do see Javier Cueto Ramos and Pietro Martinetti from Columbus State taking on Rico Osgawara and Robin Sands. Columbus State has taken the opening game here on 2. As we see the sun starting to set in Florida. Nothing like some night tennis, especially night college tennis. That is the best you can get. And we see Javier Cueto Ramos, a junior out of Tenerife, Spain, playing with Pietro Martinetti. Pietro Martinetti is a junior out of Torino, Italy. Meanwhile, from Hawaii Pacific, Riku Ogasawara and Robin Sands. Riku Ogasawara is a freshman out of Japan. Meanwhile, Robin Sands is a graduate student out of Germany. So we are tied at 1 on court number 2. And so Westhoff, let's hop on over to 3. And again, these doubles matches 1st to 6 in each match, just 1 set, no ad scoring. The first team to get 2 out of 3 of the doubles matches takes the opening doubles point. Of course, both of these college matches that you see on your screen, all of college tennis. In fact, here in Division 1 and 2, played first to 4. First to 4 overall points, and once we get into the singles portion, as you see on the left side of your screen, each singles match is worth 1 point. So we see Andrea Sardoni and Felix Steen taking on Mile Matic and Cheng-Che Wang. For Hawaii Pacific, we see Mile Matic. Matic is also just a freshman out of Bosnia. Meanwhile, Cheng-Che Wang is a senior out of Taiwan. So we do see Columbus State taking that opening 2-1 lead here on court number 3, and that is over Andrea Sandroni and Felix Steen. Felix Steen is a junior out of Germany. Andrea Sandroni, also a freshman out of Italy. So we are seeing a lot of freshmen in both of these doubles lineups. So interesting note that this is the first NCAA championship for a number of these players that we are seeing on our screen. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check out court number 1. Court number 1 on the right side of our screen as this doubles match progresses early on. Meanwhile, in the singles portion of this Indy and Flagler battle, on the left side of our screen, we do see the singles matches in action. On court 1, we have Edgar Destoué taking on Nikita Tatian. And here on court number 2, Tom Zook from Indy taking on Jacobo Donito. And so, Westhoff, let's go to court number 3 on the left side of our screen. Court number 3. On court number 3, we do see Louis Picard from Indy taking on Peter Sorvinka. So it's 2-all on court number 3. Indy is up 2-1 on court number 2, and we're tied up at 1 on all the other courts except 3, where Flagler's Fernando Bulnes Ganarena has taken an early 3-love lead over Tomas Mathis. So meanwhile, we do see early on in that singles portion, we're starting to see Indy pull away. In courts 1 and 2, but court number 6, we do see Flagler with that early 3-love lead. So we'll keep you updated on that. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, doubles point action in progress, where Columbus State has a 2-1 lead on courts 2 and 3. That 2-1 lead does belong to Hawaii Pacific on court number 1. So here early on in these doubles matches, we are seeing these players start to really get settled. And I've talked about that earlier today on the broadcast and earlier in college tennis as well all spring season during conference play as the pressure was building. We started with the conference play earlier this spring, and now here we are in single elimination play, the NCAA team championships, as these teams are looking to punch a ticket into the Final Four here in Orlando. And again, getting settled into doubles matches, getting settled into singles matches, all of these concepts that are not tangible until you're in the moment doing them. But that's where mental preparation really helps these teams, visualizing, coaches talking to players about really finding their game style and getting settled into that, committing to it early, especially when it's close like this here on both court 1 and court 3 in both of these matches. So Westhoff, on the left side of our screen, let's head to court number 4. Let's head to court number 4 in singles, as Nikolai Tolima from Indy is tied at 2 with Philip Lumpkin. And so that is a big serve from Columbus State to now make it 3-2 for Columbus State on court number 1. So 3-2 on court number 1. And Westhoff, let's head to court number 3 doubles. Let's head to court 3 doubles, as we do see the Cougars have a 2-1 lead on courts number 2 and 3 in that doubles match, which actually may be 3-2, as we did see our scoreboard changing a little bit in the past few moments, and it is 3-2. So it is 3-2 for Columbus State. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's go to court number 5 in singles. Court number 5. In that Flagler Indy battle, as we do check out Pavlos Parson taking on August Aaron Ruth. Parson is up 2-1 early on in the singles match. So we see 3-2 for Columbus State. Here on 3-2-1 for Flagler on court 5. And Westhoff, let's check out court number 6. Court number 6 in singles as we introduce our final match. As now Tomas Mathis from Indy has made it 3-2. So he was down 3-love to start off against Fernando Bulnes Gavarena. Now it is 3-2. Nice down the line there. Backhand rip. We're seeing a lot of backhands being hit on court number 6 after a long point that is nice passing shot off the racket of Bulnes Gavarena. So it's 3-2 or 2-all early in all of these singles matches between Indy and Flagler. Again, Indy takes that gritty doubles point. Heading into singles, Indy with the slight advantage, but not surprised that all these first sets so far are very close. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we do see Columbus State leading 3-2. We do not have point-by-point scoring, so it appears to still be 3-2. Meanwhile, it is 3-all, though, on courts number 1 and 2. Nice hands there from Columbus State. So it's 4-2. Now for Columbus State here on court number 3. And looking at Hawaii Pacific as a whole in 2023, we do see HPU going 14-6 overall. 5-1 at home, 5-2 when they were on the road. And HPU did fall in the finals of the Pac West Championship. That was a 4-love loss to number 31 Azusa Pacific. Meanwhile, they did post 4-1 wins over the University of Hawaii at high-low, number 39 Concordia University Irvine. Meanwhile, Columbus State, the number 3 seed in the NCAAs, 19-4 on the year, 6-0 in their conference, including 7-1 at neutral sites as we see them playing here tonight in Orlando. The Cougars won the NCAA Regional with 2 4-love wins over the number 5 University of North Georgia and number 8 Belmont Abbey College. Meanwhile, the Peach Belt was taken by Columbus State with 4-love win over Augusta and 4-1 win over number 2 seed Flagler College, which of course we see Flagler on the left side of our screen. So it looks like that is a 5-2 lead for Andrea Sandroni and Felix Steen on court number 3. So 5-2, these players are in front. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check out court number 1. Let's see what's going on in court number 1. So we do see here Hawaii Pacific with a 4-3 lead. Now over Columbus State on court number 1 as these players return to the court. So Columbus State up 5-2 on court number 3 and Hawaii Pacific up 4-3 on court number 1. So it might come down to court number 2, which apparently is still tied at 3-all. Meanwhile, Westhoff, for the singles portion on the left side of our screen, let's go back to court number 1 between Indy and Flagler. As we did introduce all of those singles matches at this point, and of course we will keep you updated with everything we can with all of the scoring updates that come in here. So meanwhile, we do see Locasano and Baran up 4-3 here on court number 1. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 3. Court number 3 in doubles, as we do see Columbus State is up 5-2 over Hawaii Pacific again. Columbus State, the number 2 seed overall in this NCAA tournament. We are in the quarterfinals as both of these teams look to punch their ticket into the Final Four. This is your host, Perry Shinen, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff here at Cracked Rackets. And if you've been following us all day on the Cracked Rackets YouTube channel on NCAA.com, we thank you for joining us for today's coverage of the Division II quarterfinals. These are our final 2 matches for the evening. As we see, Indy did take the doubles point over Flagler. That was a tight doubles point. So we are early on in those singles matches, middle of first sets. Meanwhile, that overhead does appear to sail along off the racket of Hawaii Pacific. And so a double fault there makes it match. So 6-2. Andrea Sandroni and Felix Steen take it. So that is the first doubles match for Columbus State. So Columbus State now needs only one more. Meanwhile, Hawaii Pacific needs both. And Westhoff, let's check in with court number 2. Court number 2 to see, because according to our online scoring, it's still 3-all, which seems unlikely. And there we go. We do see Hawaii Pacific is up 4-3. So Hawaii Pacific up 4-3 on courts number 1 and 2. In Westhoff, let's actually see what the update is on court number 1. As Hawaii Pacific was up 4-3 upon last check on court 1, and it still is 4-3. All right. Let's go to court 1. That seems to be more in progress in that 4-3 game, I am sensing. And that overhead is misfired a bit off the racket of Hawaii Pacific. Meanwhile, we do see Flagler here on court number 6, the 5-2 advantage over Indy in this first set. So 4-3 for Hawaii Pacific here on 1. And again, we've seen Hawaii Pacific struggle a little bit with the transition game, with that net game, at least early on in this doubles point. But on courts 1 and 2, we are neck and neck. So if those volleys start falling in for Hawaii Pacific, and we do see HPU with that double fault there on court number 1. So it does seem as if we do have a team in front 5-4 as we wait for the scoreboard to update. So Westhoff, on court number 2, we do see HPU up 5-4 now. So let's head there. Let's head to court number 2, and we will await that score change on 1. But again, if Hawaii Pacific is able to win this match at number 2, that will send court 1 to a deciding match here in the doubles point. Meanwhile, we see Thomas Mathis on the left side of our screen fighting back on the side of Indy. As these players return to play here on court number 2. So Hawaii Pacific now up 5-4 here on court number 2, and we still, unfortunately, do not have an update with court number 1. So Westhoff, let's head back to court 1 really quickly to see if there's any chance that Columbus State is in fact up 5-4, because again, Columbus State only needs one more of these matches to clinch the doubles point. And so one of the teams is up 5-4 as this doubles point continues. I suppose, Westhoff, let's head to court number 2, since we do know that Hawaii Pacific is one game away. We will hopefully get an update with court number 1 shortly. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see Mathis still fighting back, putting a lot of balls in there on court number 6, just trying to grind down Bolnay Arena. And that's match. So the doubles point actually seemed to have been clinched by Columbus State on court number 1, as we did not receive a score update there, but we did see the Columbus State players here on court number 2 running off the court to congratulate their teammates. So they do shake hands now. That doubles point is over. The opening doubles point goes to number 3 seed Columbus State, who now leads 1-0 heading into the singles portion again. Ready doubles points that we've seen on both sides of our screen to open up this Division II quarterfinal battle between Hawaii Pacific and Columbus State. So Westhoff, we can go full screen now onto singles here on court number 6 as we wait for the players on the right side of our screen to get settled into their singles matches. Of course, we will have both matches for you here on Cracked Racquets as soon as those singles battles begin. Meanwhile, Fernando Bolnez-Guerrera is up 5-3 here on court number 6 as we lock in and see if he can close out this first set for Flagler again. Flagler is down 1-love, so Flagler needs 4 of these 6 singles matches in action. Of course, Indy only needs 3. So Bolnez-Guerrera does send that one wide. And checking in with the other singles matches in action here, we did see a quick first set, 6-2 going to Tom Zook on court number 2. Meanwhile, Indy does have the lead on court number 4, but Flagler has come out on fire here on court number 6 as this does make it a first set on the side of Fernando Bolnez-Guerrera. So we see a first set going to both Indy and Flagler so far. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 4 to see that Indy is up 4-3 in this opening first set. It's 4-3 for Nikolai Tolima. And they are on changeover, so let's go to 5. As August Earnhuth from Indy does trail Pavlos Parson 4-3. Looking at Pavlos Parson out of Flagler College, we do see Parson is just a freshman out of Cyprus. And the coaches did decide that he was the freshman of the year in the PBC, in that Peach Belt Conference. The lucky let cord and the wheels. But we do see Pavlos Parson is able to come out on top on that point. Meanwhile, August Earnhuth out of Indy. A sophomore out of Helsinki, Finland. And again, he has helped lead the Indy Greyhounds to a 22-2 mark, 5-0 in the conference in 2023. Parson rips that forehand. Rather, Earnhuth. Parson, unfortunately, on the receiving end for Flagler College fans. So 4-3. Carson leads here on 5 as, again, we're seeing a pretty simple pattern here from the side of August Ehrenhuth that has worked somewhat. But again, he's looking for that big first serve and looking for that forehand, but at times Ehrenhuth has not been able to get his feet set fully to hit that forehand inside out. As we are seeing, he's doing a nice job of that now. And so now the score is 5-all. Well, isn't that fun, folks? We skipped a few games, but it's 5-all here on court 5 now. As the score did just update for us. So 5-all on court number 5. And Westhoff, I am curious to see if our score did update on court number 4. So let's actually check that really quickly to see if we are able to catch any set points. Here on 4 as Nikolai Tolima takes on Philip Lemkin. And it looks like Tolima did take that first set 6-3. So from 4-3 to 6-3. He does take it. Our score does update. Let's see court number 3. This is a bit of a fun game as we do not, unfortunately, have live scoring on our end. So court number 3 between Peter Cervinka and Louis Picard. And we do see Peter Cervinka is up 3-2 over Picard. All right. So Westhoff, our last thing, let's just bounce quickly to court number 1. Court number 1 and see if we do have, in fact, a score update there as well. And we do. So Flagler takes the first set in court number 1. 6-3 for Nikita Tatiana over Edgar Destoutet. All right, so Westhoff, let's go back to court number 3 then, where we know we are tied at 5-all. At least our score does tell us that we are between Louis Picard and Peter Cervinka. So looking at court number 3, Louis Picard out of Indy. He is a sophomore out of Dijon, France. Picard is facing Peter Cervinka from Flagler College. Peter Cervinka is a sophomore out of the Czech Republic. He's a transfer from the Florida A&M Rattlers. At Florida A&M, he was there his freshman season where he switched between first and second singles, going 2-6 in singles. He won 4 doubles matches as well. He is majoring in history at Flagler. And seeming that he did take a redshirt freshman year where he won 18-5 in singles. This was here at Flagler. 9-8 in doubles. And in fact, last season he clinched that team's Final Four berth with his win against who else but Hawaii Pacific. It was 7-5, 2-6, 6-3. That was May 19th. That was nearly a year ago. So we do see against Hawaii Pacific a nice record there in NCAA play. He was all Peach Belt Conference second team in singles, both last season and this season as well. So Westhoff, let's head to court number 1. let's head to court number 1 in this singles battle. So we do see here on court number 1, Nikita Tatian taking that opening set for Flagler College over Edgar Destouet. And meanwhile, we do see our other match coming back into action. Hawaii Pacific and Columbus State. And that, of course, will be your final match here of this Division II quarterfinal broadcast here on Cracked Racquets. It is 8:43 p.m. Eastern, and all of our players are on court tonight. A beautiful night to be playing some college tennis. And so, Westhoff, if there's any chance of heading to court number 5, where we do see Pavlos Parson out of Flagler College is looking to take the first set from August Ehrenhuth. And looking at the sets that have finished up so far, we do see Flagler able to take 2 of the first sets in action. Meanwhile, 2 other first sets go the way of Indy. So it looks like we may have had a first set here, as this changeover does seem to be lasting a bit longer than others. So we do bring you a double box now. And Westhoff, maybe we should change court number 5 with court number 3. Let's do that on the left side of our screen. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we are just starting our singles action here between Hawaii Pacific and Columbus State. So 6-5 Picard leads here on court number 3. Meanwhile, Santiago Perez and Robin Sands just starting off their singles match on the right side of our screen. And looking at Louis Picard out of Indy. He's a sophomore from France. Picard and taking on Cervenka, of course, the transfer out of Florida A&M. That is on the left side of our screen. As Picard looks to put yet another first set on the scoreboard for Indy. As the Indy Greyhounds, of course, the number 3 seed in this event. So on the right side, we do see Santiago Perez and Robin Sands starting off their singles match. Santiago Perez, a freshman out of Pereira, Colombia. Taking on Robin Sands, a graduate student out of Ersalam, Germany. Robin Sands lists his favorite athlete as Rafael Nadal. So it's really a battle of new blood versus blue blood here in Division 2, as Alex Gruskin likes to say. And of course, if you want to see Division 1 tennis, check out Alex Gruskin's stream as well, as we are here on Cracked Rackets all evening. And we do see some early net play here on the singles court. From Columbus State here on the closest side to our screen. So it appears that we are starting a tiebreak between Picard and Cervenka. On court number 3. So Westhoff, let's go to court number 2 on the right side of our screen. Let's check out the action on court number 2 as Javier Cueto Ramos takes on Jakub Baran. Here on court number 2. We see Javier Cueto Ramos and Jakub Baran. Looking at Jakub Baran from Hawaii Pacific. Jakub Baran is a sophomore out of the Czech Republic. He lists his favorite movies as Jurassic Park, Just in Time, and Rush. Some classics. He is studying business administration. So we do see Cueto Ramos now with that score update for us, up 4-1 here on court number 2. So from tied at 0 to 4-1. A quick rise in that first set. Meanwhile, we check out court number 3, Westhoff, as Tommaso Schold and Benjamin Locasano square off on the right side of our screen. Tommaso Schold is a senior out of Livorno, Italy. He is taking on Benjamin Locasano. Locasano, another graduate student out of Duisburg, Germany. Locasano, in 2021, played 9 out of the 11 matches of the season at that number 1 spot, facing a number of nationally ranked opponents. He went 4-3 at the number 1 double spot with his partner Marcel Hornock. His favorite movies are Inception, Interstellar, Harry Potter, and Forrest Gump. That is fun moment to go through those movies, of course, as we see on the left side of our screen, the tiebreak continues on court number 3. And back in 2019 through 2020 season, of course, was interrupted by the pandemic. Tommaso Scholl did record an overall record of 7-0 in that singles court. So it's good to note that he is a winning player on this team for the Cougars. He recorded an overall 22 wins in singles and only 4 losses in his freshman season. That was back in the 2018-19 season. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's go to court number 4. Court number 4 here in singles as Pietro Martinetti takes on John Hine. Pietro Martinetti is a junior out of Torino, Italy.
Let's go!
As a freshman, he was 4-0 on the singles court, 7-2 on the doubles court with his partner, Tommaso Scholl. Graduating in 2019 from the International School of Torino.
Let's go! Move!
Martinetti taking on John Hine. John Hine is a senior out of Germany. He is studying business administration. And of course, he is joined on this team by his brother, Ole Hine, who is a freshman. It was always fun to see all the sibling matchups in college tennis. So meanwhile, Westhoff, let's go to court number 5. Court number 5 here in this Hawaii Pacific Columbus State matchup as Armin Trikla takes on Mile Macic. Trikla is just a freshman out of Germany. Meanwhile, Mile Macic is also a freshman, so it's a freshman battle. Macic hails from Bosnia. As we do see Armin Trikla with that early 2-1 lead. And so, Westhoff, we can quickly hop on over to court number 6 because there's a good chance that Hawaii Pacific is up big because we did see Rico Agaswara up 3-love over Andrea Sandroni early on, about 20 minutes ago, and the score does remain. So, not exactly sure what our updated score is, unfortunately, but we do see here Rico Agaswara from Hawaii Pacific. Closest to us on our screen, he's a freshman out of Japan. Taking on Andrea Sardoni. Also a freshman out of Saluzzo, Italy. So, Westhoff, let's hop to court number 2. Court number 2 as Javier Cueto Ramos is now up 5-1 against Jakub Baran, so we might already have the end of a first set here on Cracked Rackets. And again, this is the NCAA Division II quarterfinal match. We see both quarterfinals going on at the same time. And our double box action here brought to you by the best producer, Daniel Westhoff. Meanwhile, we see Indy is up first sets on courts number 2, 3, courts number 2 and 4 rather. And we are in first set tiebreaks on courts number 3 and 5. In that battle. So we do see Indy taking that gritty first set, 7-6 on the left side of our screen. Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 5, where August Ehrenhuth is taking on Pavlos Parson, and we will see who takes that first set tiebreak, as Indy now has 3 first sets. And Indy needs 3 first sets as they are up 1-love after the doubles point. So 5-1 for Cueto Ramos here on court number 2. And it's our final first set on the left side of our screen and the Indy Flagler matchup. So that is a first set from Javier Cueto Ramos for Columbus State. It's a 6-1 set over Jakub Baran. So we have our first set in that battle on the left side of our screen. Meanwhile, we are waiting to see who will take the final first set on the left side of our screen. And so, Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 4, as we did just get a score update that Nikolai Tolima is up 6-3 love over Philip Lumpkin from Flagler. So Indy is ahead on court number 4, court number 4 on the left side of our screen. And it does seem that we do not have an updated score, unless that is the longest first game in the history of college tennis on the right side of our screen, which, who knows? It could be. It could be, so. Checking out this overall match so far, we can head there to court number 5, where we do see Columbus State up 4-2. Armin Trikla with a big serve, as the lefty closes out that game to either go up 5-2 or 4-3, but we do think it is 5-2 now for Columbus State here on court number 5. So Columbus State Cougars taking some early first sets here on the right side of our screen. And so, Westhoff, let's actually check out court number 4 right now. Let's check out court number 4. On the right side of our screen, rather. And so we do see Indy taking 4 out of 6 first sets on the left side of our screen, as August Ehrenhuth does take a 7-6 decision over Pavlos Parson in that first set. And in the time that it took for those first sets to finish up, we do already have some second set leads in favor of Indy, so we can hop on to court number 4 now, Westhoff, and we do see Nikolai Tolima is just 1 game away, up 6-3 love over Philip Lumpkin. So we do see Nikolai Tolima on the left side of our screen, on the far side of the court. Looking to serve it out here for Indy. Give Indy a 2-love lead over Flagler. Indy the number 3 seed. In this tournament, we see Columbus State, the number 2 seed rather, on the right side of our screen in action. Up 1-love. And we did see earlier the number 1 seed Valdosta State coming out with a 4-1 win over Cameron to advance to the Final Four. Meanwhile, earlier today we did also see number 4 Barry taking down Wayne State. 4-1, Wayne State, the number 5 seed in this tournament. So at this point, Nikolai Tolima, I'm sensing a match point, or rather close to it, on the left side of our screen, as we have seen Tolima win a number of points this game. And Tolima getting nice depth, nice rocket head speed, but he does miss that one long. Meanwhile, Hawaii Pacific is up 3-2 here on court number 4. So we do see Columbus State. We just got an update from court number 1 where Santiago Perez did fall 6-love. So Robin Sands out of Hawaii Pacific takes the first set 6-love at court number 1. Court number 2, its script is flipped. Columbus State takes a 6-1 first set. And so Westhoff, on the right side of our screen, let's actually go down to court number 6, as we do see that Rico Azuara from Hawaii Pacific is up 5-love over Andrea Sardoni. So we will see if we can catch a set point. Meanwhile, we play on court number 4 on the left side of our screen as Philip Lumpkin fights to stay alive there on 4. And that sails wide, and that is match. So Nikolai Tolima, 6-3, 6-love over Philip Lumpkin. Indy is now up 2-love overall. So Indy just needs 2 more singles matches this evening in the quarterfinals of the Division II NCAA Championship. Again, this is your host, Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff here on Cracked Rackets. And Westop, let's head on over to court number 2 because we do see Indy about to put yet another point on the scoreboard as Tom Zook is up 6-2, 5-1 over Jacobo Donito. We do see Zook only 2 points away, and all of a sudden, a wonderful occurrence for us here in the broadcast booth. We have point-by-point scores. So this is wonderful, as we do see now what we can say for the first time tonight. Just 2 points away. That is beautiful. Tom Zook, 2 points away. And meanwhile, we do see Jacobo Donito fighting to stay in this match and keep Flagler in this match, because we have some other matches that are quite close on some other courts here tonight in Orlando, but we are seeing Indy in the matches that Indy is winning. They're dominating. And so again, when it comes down to timing, that is tough for a Flagler team. But we play on. Tom Zook now is up 6-2, 5-2. Nice game there from Donito to stay in the match. And meanwhile, Westhoff, it looks like we're heading into a third set on court number 6. So let's head to court number 6 on the left side of our screen, as Thomas Mathis from Indy did drop the first set 6-3 to Fernando Bolnez at Guerrerena, but Mathis is up 5-love in the second set. So meanwhile, we do see HPU taking that first set 6-1 on the right side of our screen. And Westhoff, let's go to court number 5. Court number 5 to see if we can catch a set point from Armand Trikla, taking on Mile Matic. Trikla from Columbus State. And we will see if... And he does. He takes that first set 6-3. So that's another first set for Columbus State. So that is the second first set that Columbus State takes. Meanwhile, Hawaii Pacific takes 2 first sets as well. So Westhoff, let's head to court number 3 on the right side of our screen. Court number 3. As the score does say 3-all. I'm slightly questioning that score since we do have some first sets that have already completed, but perhaps it still is 3-all between Tommaso Schold and Benjamin Locasano. That backhand down the line was just a ripper off the racket of Hawaii Pacific. So it's a battle here on the right side of our screen. And rather, that was off the Columbus State racket, as Hawaii Pacific is closest to us on our screen in the blue tops. So again, we're seeing Indy's Thomas Mathis looking to send that match on court number 6 to 3 sets. And so we play on there. It's now 5-1. Thomas Mathis leads in that second set. So as the dust settles here, and our scores update as well, of course, that helps. We do see that Columbus State has taken three opening sets, and Columbus State only needs 3 matches as they are up 1-love after the doubles point against Hawaii Pacific. So this is our last first set of the night here on Cracked Racquets as we do wait for the score to update, and we do wonder if, in fact, it is really still 3-all. But it appears to be. So, Westhoff, let's hop to court number 1, as we just got a big score update that Robin Sands is up 6-love, 4-love for Hawaii Pacific on court number 1 over Santiago Perez. And it's not often that you see here in the NCAA Championship in Division 1, 2, or 3, a 6-love, 6-love match at court number 1, but looks like we could be heading there, folks, as Robin Sands is now up 6-love, 5-love over Santiago Perez. And Sands here is closest to us on our screen. It looks like we are already in progress in this game. Meanwhile, we are seeing Fernando Bullies Gararena fighting his way back for Flagler as Thomas Mathis tries to send that match to a third set. And so, Westhoff, we did just get another fun score update that, in fact, it appears that Indy is now up 3-love. So we do have another match that did finish. So our 2 matches that did finish were Nikolai Tolima winning 6-3, 6-love at court number 5. And at court number 2, Tom Zook did close it out 6-2, 6-2 over Jacobo Donito. So we do have a bit of an update there. So the number 3 seed Indy just needs one more match tonight here at the National Tennis Center in Orlando, National Training Center rather. And Westhoff, let's head on over to court number 5. Let's head to court number 5 on the left side of our screen. As we do see, actually, it looks like it is set point, so we will wait a minute, and that is set. So we're heading to a third set on court number 6, and let's hop to court number 5, as we did see August Ehrenhuth taking a gritty first set, 7-6 over Pablos Parson, and he's up 1-love now in this second set. As again, we see this match overall. Indy now has won 2 of the singles matches, and the other matches in action look like they are potential third sets, as we're just starting second sets after some 7-6 wins in the first set on courts 3 and 5. Meanwhile, just starting the third set now on court number 6. And on court number 1, Flagler does take that opening set, and Edgar Destuet from Indy is up 3-2 in the second set. Meanwhile, here on the right side of our screen for Hawaii Pacific, we do see Robin Sands now looking to close it out, up 6-love, 5-1 over Santiago Perez. So Perez did get on the board. It will not be a double bagel at court number 1. So we do see across the board a lot of these players looking for big forehands, looking to run around that backhand, find that forehand inside in, inside out, especially among the right side of our screen, especially among that Hawaii Pacific Columbus State battle. Right now, across the board, it's whichever player is getting more forehands is really being the aggressor, being the more dominant player here in Orlando. But Westhoff, we did actually get a game update for court number 3. Our game score is now 3-2 in the second set for Louis Picard, and he did win the first set 7-6 for Indy, so we actually are closer in that match. So let's go on the left side of our screen. Let's go to court number 3. Meanwhile, in court number 1, we play on as Santiago Perez taking a final stand here against Robin Sands, and that's 5-2 now. 5-2 on court number 1, so Westhoff, let's head back to court number 3 and see if we do have a score update there on the right side of our screen. Let's head back to court number 3. Appears to still be 3-all, so let's try. Oh, rather, court number 1, we just got an update that actually we're 1 game away. It's 6-love 5-4 now for Robin Sands from Hawaii Pacific, so we are actually heading back to court 1 on the right side of our screen, as again we're just 1 game away in that second set. So Hawaii Pacific looking to get on the board in this overall match, tie us up at 1-all. Again, these are quarterfinal matches if you are just joining us in the NCAA Championships, the Division II version in men's tennis. As we are seeing these teams look to book a spot in the Final Four. And we are seeing on the left side of our screen both players doing a nice job of taking their time in between points. And we talk about this a lot in college tennis. The between points routine. It's oftentimes the subject of many practices. Because the question is, how can you practice a routine that is only used in a match, only used in those quote-unquote true pressure situations? And players often practice. Coaches have players practice their routines in between points, which of course doesn't involve actively playing a point, but it's preparing yourself, it's letting go of the last point, preparing yourself mentally for the next point, and of course recommitting to your game plan. Especially in tight moments, it's very easy to start rushing through these matches, and especially in the NCAAs, in the big dance we're seeing on the left side of our screen. Picard and Cervenka doing a nice job of, again, taking their time, staying committed to their routine in between points. That's big from Indy there at the net. Nice hands from Picard as he is hyped. Meanwhile, Robin Sands looking to close it out for Hawaii Pacific on the right side of our screen.
Vamos! Let's go!
So we do see, it looks like Indy is now up 4-2. On court number 3, it looks like Luis Picard is now just 2 games away from clinching this match for the Indy Greyhounds. As we wait for that score to update to confirm. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we are seeing Santiago Perez from Columbus State putting up that fight in the second set, storming back after being down 5-1. Rather, being down 5-love, 6-love, 5-love. So we do see Santiago Perez here on the closest side of our screen.
Man! Vamos!
Nice defense here from Perez. He's able to dip that backhand low. Low on Robin Sands. And again, for Robin Sands, the importance right now is that between points routine is taking his time, recentering himself before every point, which is not easy to do when your opponent is storming back. Meanwhile, we are seeing Luis Picard continue to battle here in the second set up 4-2 against Peter Cervinka. So we did see Robin Sands unleashing on that forehand, and seems as if we either have a changeover or a match here on the right side of our screen. It seems a changeover. So it seems that Robin Sands is up 6-5 in the second set is what it looks like, as Sands did win that last point. So 6-5 there. On court 1 is what I'm going to say, and we will wait for score confirmation there. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 3. Let's head to court number 3 because we do see Benjamin Locasano. Somehow we are still in the first set. On court number 3, Locasano from Hawaii Pacific is up 6-5 in that first set against Tommaso Schold. And so Locasano does take that first set 7-5. So Hawaii Pacific claims its third first set of the evening. Again, Hawaii Pacific is going to need to find one more. They're going to take those second sets as well. But meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head back to court number 2, where we do see Columbus State's Javier Cueto Ramos is up 6-1, 4-2 over Jakub Baran. So court number 2 on the right side of our screen. Meanwhile, here we are seeing Picard try to close this one out on the left side of our screen for Indy. So 6-1, 4-2 here. So we are seeing Cueto Ramos try to close this one out here. For Columbus State, give the Sharks a 2-love overall lead. Rather, give Columbus State a 2-love overall lead over the Sharks. And it does seem as if it is 5-2. So meanwhile, Picard just 1 game away, and Cueto Ramos just 1 game away for Columbus State to give the Cougars a 2-love lead over the Sharks. So we see Picard ripping that forehand on the far side of our screen. So we're seeing Columbus State here now up 6-1, 4-2, and just 1 game away on the left side of our screen for Louis Picard. And I am sensing a match point coming up here for Picard, as we've seen him win a number of points here on the left side of our screen. But that slice does sail wide, so we play on. Peter Cervenka doing a nice job of doing exactly what he needs to do now to keep this match going, which is, of course, keeping that ball nice and deep against Picard, not going for too much, playing within himself. And so we do see Javier Cueto Ramos on the right side of our screen, taking that match 6-1, 6-2 over Jakub Buran. So we are tied up at 1 here at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. And that volley sails in, so Cervenka fighting back. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 5. Let's head to court number 5 on the right side of our screen, as we do have all of our first sets in order on the scoreboard, but it does not seem as if our second sets are updated quite yet. Right now, upon last check, it seems that Hawaii Pacific is up 1-love in that second set. A very long first game, it seems. And meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, that's match. So Indy is heading to the Final Four of the Division II National Team Championships here in Orlando. As we see those players celebrating with a 4-love win over Flagler. The Greyhounds are on to the semifinals. Number 3 seed Indy with a 4-love win over number 6 seed Flagler. That is thanks to a 7-6, 6-2 gritty win from Louis Picard. So we have our final match for you tonight here on Cracked Rackets. As Columbus State is tied up with Hawaii Pacific. It's 1-1 at the moment. And looking at Armin Trickla as a whole this season, he is 9-5 in dual matches, 11-6 overall for Columbus State. So it's 6-3 for CSU, and we do see Mile Matic is now up 2-1 early on in this second set. And so Westhoff, let's head on over to court number 4, where we do see Pietro Martini from Columbus State does take that first set 6-4, but it's 3-2 now for John Hine. And we do have a changeover, so we will head to court number 5. Let's go back to 5. As Armand Trickla is up 6-3. It's now 2-1 lead, though, for Matic in this second set. And that just sails wide, so does seem that Trickla has retaken that lead. So looks like Trickla is up 4-3 in that second set for Columbus State. So Westhoff, well, they are on the changeover. Oh, let's head to court number 6 as we just got a score update. Riku Agaswara is up 6-1, 5-1 now against Andrea Cedroni from CSU. So Hawaii Pacific looking to take a 2-1 lead. Riku Agaswara really on fire from the first moment of this match. Agaswara is on the far side in the blue t-shirt. That's a big serve from Sandroni. This is so important scoreboard pressure-wise for Sandroni to keep on battling here in this second set. So although we did see Columbus State taking the first sets at courts 4 and 5, we do see HPU with those 3-2 leads in the second set. So Hawaii Pacific not going anywhere. Hawaii Pacific is the number 7 seed taking on these number 2 seeded Columbus State team. The Cougars continuing to stay aggressive here on court number 6. So Agaswara still battling. So 6-1, 5-1 for Hawaii Pacific. And that's a big rip from Riku Agaswara. Again, Agaswara, nice forehand technique there. Very simple, just straight turn and to the ball. And that's really helped him in this final push here from Sandroni, as Agaswara is able to shorten that backswing on the serve return and really not get pushed back at the baseline. And that starts with your feet, but it also starts with your technique, especially on that forehand side, just able to turn and unleash on that ball. As we saw Agaswara do right there. So he's just one game away here on court number 6. That was a nice deep second serve from Andreas Cedroni. So critical moment as we are getting these updates that it's now 3-all in those second sets after Columbus State takes the first sets on 5 and 6. It's now 3-all in those second sets. So critical moment for both teams to see if the Hawaii Pacific Sharks are able to take those second sets. And again, as Sandroni has raised his level here, down 5-2, we do see if Agaswara is able to do the same to close out this match. Just again, closing out matches, especially in the NCAAs. A lot of pressure. You have to battle yourself, your nerves, of course, the pressure of representing your team, your university, and wanting to advance and stay alive here. Keep your season alive in 2023. And so Westhoff, let's head to court number 4 as we are tied at 3 in the second set. Pietro Martinetti did take the first set 6-4 over Jen Hine. It's now 3-all in the second set. And meanwhile, we do see it is a 4-3 lead. With the big serve down the tee there from Jan Hine. So 4-3 Hawaii Pacific leads in that second set. And Westhoff, let's go to court number 5 now to see how that 3-all game evolves. As Mile Matic does have a game point over Armand Tricklin. He takes it. So it's 4-3. For HPU in the second set. So momentum shift is a miss here. And Westhoff, let's go to court number 1. Court number 1 is we do see Robin Sands takes that opening first set for Hawaii Pacific 6-4. And our score does show us it's 1-all. It has been like that for a moment. So that might update soon and give us a more accurate depiction of this match. But before we get too focused on this, let's go back to court number 6 and see if Hawaii Pacific's Rico Agaswara can finish out that match against Andrea Cedroni. So court number 6, let's go for that. So Agaswara now a 5-2 in this second set. Auguswara again, just a freshman. And so we do see our scoreboard update that, in fact, CSU is up 2-love overall over Hawaii Pacific, as Javier Cueto Ramos did take that match 6-1, 6-2.
Yeah, come on!
But we do see if Hawaii Pacific is able to get on the board in that second setup, 6-1, 5-2 now over Andrea Cedroni. And what we are seeing from this Hawaii Pacific Shark here on court number 5 is that looseness in his arm again. Love to see it on the serve, also on the forehand a little bit. It's a serve and volley there. But fortunately the overhead doesn't work for Hawaii Pacific fans, so it's 5-3. We play on now. Andrea Sandroni really playing gritty tennis here at the end of this match, and it's never over till it's over. If we know one thing about college tennis and about tennis in general, that is, of course, what we do know. So, Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 4. Let's see what's going on 4 very quickly. We'll come back to this match on 6, but I'm curious to see on court 4 if we do have a score update, as our scores have actually gone backwards in the match, unfortunately. And we do see here, Jan Hein is still up 4-3. Okay, Westhoff, and let's try court number 5. Let's see if we do have an update there. And then we'll head back to 6. Okay, so same scores at the moment. So, Westhoff, let's head back to 6, where, of course, we are just one game away. If Riku Auguswara is able to respond here, as Sandroni has started to really raise his level in terms of both depth and placement of the ball. As we've seen before, Sandroni maybe going for a bit too much, pressing a bit too much early on in this second set, but it's 5-3 now. He's come back from 5-1 to 5-3 with 2 gritty games. That is a nice forehand rip off the racket of Sandroni, so the lefty keeps it going. Auguswara now with the chance to step in on a second serve against Sandroni. Since being down 5-1, his past 2 games so far has really increased his first serve percentage as well, just giving Auguswara less to step in on. So Auguswara now ties it up at 15 all. Again, another second serve here for Auguswara. That's a tough miss again, a bit impatient from the Hawaii Pacific Sharks here on court number 1 again. Auguswara is up 5-3, so the last thing that you want to do at this point, especially when your opponent is making a comeback, is to make those first serve, second serve return errors, but it's easier said than done. So we've all been there. I'm trying to close out a match for our team. That's big. So 30 all. Match. So Riku Auguswara makes it 2-1 overall. He gets the Sharks on the board with that 6-1, 6-3 win over Andreas Androni. So we play on. 2-1. Columbus State leads. And Westhoff, let's check in with court number 4, as it does seem that it's 6-4, 4 all now between Pietro Martinetti and Jan Hein. So 6-4, 4 all. So we see which of these teams is able to really get the advantage momentum-wise, because right now feeling like momentum is a bit with Columbus State, but this match will really determine. And big lob there from Pietro Martinetti. So we play on here in this 4 all game. So Martinetti with the defense. And that's a tough return. A tough way to bounce back for Jan Hein again. We are tied up at 4, so every overhead is important. And it is different. Quick note that it is different to hit overheads at night versus during the day. During the day, you have to deal with the sun, but during the night, you have to deal with the lights on the courts, and that can be very distracting. So again, very smart there from Martinetti to go for the lob, as, again, maybe he wished that he would have done that as well in that point, as Jan Hein is starting to come in a lot here for Hawaii Pacific, which, again, if you want to show your opponent that you're still being aggressive, that you're still thinking forward, that is the smart thing to do. That one sails long off the racket of Jan Hein, so that is a 5-4 lead for Columbus State on court number 4. And Westhoff, let's check in with the action at court number 5 to see if our score has changed. Court number 5, looks like we are either going to a third set or that match finished up, as we are currently waiting for some confirmation on that here on court 5. As we did see that Armand Tricla was up 6-3, 5-4, and it seems But that match is over. So it appears that Armand Tricklett did take that match over Mile Matic 6-3, 6-4. So Westhoff, let's go back to court number 4. And let's wait for confirmation, but say it is technically 3-1. So this could be the clinch match here on court number 4. As again, that chair umpire was leaving the court, which makes me think that Columbus State did finish off that match. So this could be just one game away for the Cougars here, the number 2 seed in the NCAA tournament. So it still remains 2-1 is our overall score. That was court 6 with our umpire walking away. So we do actually see that court number 5 plays on. And meanwhile here, court number 4 plays on, rather. Court number 5. Here we do see just one game away for CSU. Big forehand angle, though, from basically the middle of the court from Armand Tricklett. Not sure how he found that angle, but he did. So Tricklett is nearing a match point now for Columbus State to put the Cougars up 3-1. That is a big way to open up that match and really mentally just stay aggressive from Mile Matic. That's the HPU coaching staff supporting him with that big forehand rip. Second serve now here from Armand Tricklett. So I want to say that would set up a match point if I am getting the sense that, again, we have seen Tricklett win a fair amount of points this game, so this could be match point. Second serve here for Tricklett. And Westhoff, we just got an update that on court number 4, Pietro Martinetti did win 6-4, 6-4 over Jen Hines. So now it is 3-1 overall for the Cougars. Again, that is 3-1 our overall score. So here on court number 5, it's 5-4, and this looks like 30-40 now. And we play on. So 5-all in the second set. Clutch game from Mile Matic, and if you're a Hawaii Pacific fan, you're still in this. In Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 1 to see if our score has changed at all there really quickly. So it is 6-3, 5-all here on court 1. Okay, let's check out court number 3. Court number 3, as we do see that Benjamin Locasano from HPU takes that first set 7-5, but we're in the second set now. Wow, 5-all as well on court number 3. So We're battling. All right, Westhoff, let's head back to court number 5, our original court here, as Armin Trickla is up 6-3, 5-all. So in those other 2 5-all second sets, we did see those first sets going to Hawaii Pacific. So this is a tight one here. 9:58 p.m. Eastern. If you're still with us, we thank you for staying with us, as Mile Matic is looking to turn this match around. Some big forehand rips, though, from Armin Trickla, who, again, coaches have always told me during my college tennis career that if you win a first set and then you're having a tight second set, to act like it, to act like you won that first set. And we are seeing Armin Trickla with that point, with the way that he stepped in there, completely acting the part, because sometimes you have to fake it till you make it out there on the court. As Trickla not able to win 2 in a row, though. Meanwhile, Mile Matic is finding the sweet spot on that forehand side. So Trickla again looking for that backhand. Nice backhand return there. So that was a great point from Matic to stay aggressive, finding the open court. That's big off the backhand of Matic. So it's 6-5 now for Mile Matic in this second set. So we have some new momentum going on as we bring you our triple box action. Meanwhile, in court number 1, we do see in that second set, which Westhoff we can bring into our main screen here on court number 1. We can see if Santiago Perez from Columbus State was able to win that second set, if we are in fact in a third set at this point. But it seems that we are still 4-3, so we'll go back to court number 5 in a moment once those players return to play. So 6-4 for Robin Sands in that first set, but Santiago Perez from Columbus State, the number 2 seed in the big dance, is putting up a fight in the second set. So Westhoff, let's actually make court 5 our main screen, back to court 5, as we do see if Armin Trickla is able to serve his way into a second set tiebreak here. Force a tiebreak against Mile Matic. Big first serve, so 15-love here on court number 5. So that sail's a bit long, so it's 15-all now. Here on court number 5, and forearm in Trickla again. On serve here. On court 5, 10 p.m. Eastern. Most important thing here for Trickla is to try to keep that body weight moving forward into the court, because again, Mile Matic getting more and more aggressive off that forehand side. So for Trickla, it'll be important to find that backhand, and especially being lefty, as Trickla is. It's that forehand cross court for him. As he's pulling away a bit from those shots. Not easy right now, with the pressure of going from up 5-4 to now down 6-5 in a match that could clinch to send Columbus State to the Final Four. 15:30 now. It's a big serve +1 off the racket of Trickla, so 30-all here on 5. Second serve now. Trickla finding himself defending that backhand side. It's forehand to forehand battle now. Some slicing action. So Trickla rips that backhand, and it's now 2 chances for Armin Trickla to bring us to a second set tiebreak. And that's a second set tiebreak, folks. We are heading to a breaker here on court number 5. As Trickla looks to close it out for Columbus State. Meanwhile, we are just starting the third set on court number 3. And it is 6-4. 4-all for Robin Sands from Hawaii Pacific on court number 1. So it's love 1 now. Trickla back on serve. Double fault for Trickla makes it love 2. So after playing an aggressive game there, down 6-5, finds himself down the first 2 points in this breaker. As we play lets in college tennis, so that was first set let, but we play on. Bit of a nervous slice there from Trickla, so it's 3-love now for Mile Matic, who has gotten some nice depth to start off this tiebreak. So, seems like that did clip the line. So, looks like Trickle is now down 4 love. Or rather, down 3 love. 4 love, I would say, at this point. Again, Mile Matic staying a bit more grounded in this breaker. Keeping his eye on the ball, really hanging with his shots. And you see that the depth results from that. So it's 5 love now for Mile Matic. As Hawaii Pacific is not going anywhere. Matic just 2 points away from forcing a third set here on court number 5. So 5-1 as we change ends here. On court number 5, Westhoff, we can bring court number 1 into our main screen. Let's bring court number 1 into our main screen. As it is now an uphill battle in that second set for Columbus State, meanwhile. Here on 1. We see the opposite. We see Columbus State trying to force a third set. Santiago Perez takes on Robin Sands. Meanwhile, on court number 3, we do see Columbus State taking that opening game. Tommaso Schold taking on Benjamin Locasano. Schold has that 1 love lead in the third set on the lower left-hand corner of our screen. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's make court number 5 back to our main screen here as we do see a 5-1 lead for Hawaii Pacific, closest to us on our screen. And the second set comeback orchestrated by Mile Matic. So 5-2 now. Matic is to serve. First serve ace from Matic to set up multiple set points to Westhoff. See that set point graphic here for Matic, who through very aggressive and solid play has earned himself multiple set points. And look, we actually have a set point by point graphic on our screen. That's very fun as well, as now we do see Matic up 6-2. Glad I can keep score as well. Always good to know. Matic stepping into those backhands. So Mile Matic sends us to a third set here on court number 5. Some gritty tennis from Matic. And so we play on here in Orlando. So Westhoff, let's go to court number 1. Let's go back there and see if we do have a score update. So we're seeing Hawaii Pacific again. Bring that aggression. Sharks believe tonight. We're seeing this. Sharks are believing. So it's now 5-all in the second set here on court number 1. And Westhoff, let's see how court number 3 is doing, because they are already in a third set rather. Let's see what interesting. So Tommaso Schold has a 2-love lead over Benjamin Locasano. Let's stay here on court 3. As again, Columbus State is up 3-1. Columbus State only needs one more of these matches, but it's going to be tight. This has 4-3 potential, folks. As again, on court number 1, the first set did go to Robin Sands from Hawaii Pacific. So Santiago Perez looking to send that match to a third set. Meanwhile, on court number 5, we are heading to a third set, and court number 3 here, we are starting our third set 2-love. Schold leads. And Schold is up there. Rips that winner off the forehand side. So again, Schold really using most of the court as a forehand, getting rewarded for it here on court number 3. And that sails wide, so Tommaso Schold, 3-love lead here on court number 3. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check out the action here on court number 1. Let's see what's going on 1. So remains at 5-all. And it's Santiago Perez and Robin Sands. I'm looking at Santiago Perez on the year. He's 12-2 overall in dual matches, 22-2 overall. So Perez has both a big record in the spring and also overall here for Columbus State. As we do see Perez with that 6-5 lead now in the second set over Robin Sands. So Westhoff, we are back to that third set here on court number 3, as we do see it is a 3-love lead from Tommaso Schold. Second serve here for Benjamin Locasano. And again, the answer for Schold this third set so far has been forehands. So we'll see if Schold is able to find that forehand side. His forehand side, rather, and target Locasano's backhand with that forehand inside out. Not so far, Locasano, though, in this game, able to dominate a bit. Start stepping in from the baseline. They rip off the racket of Schold forehand, though. That is, if you are a Columbus State fan, what you are looking for. Meanwhile, Locasano will look to find a way to either get enough depth to stop Schold from stepping in or find a way to find Schold's backhand. As Schold is serving here for a 4-love lead. But that approach shot does go just wide, so it's also going to be up to Locasano to stay with Schold, hang with him during this hot streak that Schold does have right now as he is ripping that forehand. And it seems to be either a winner or an error, mostly winners to start off this third set. Serve and volley from Schold. That is too good from Tommaso Schold and the Columbus State Cougars. And so we talk about experience. Tommaso Schold is a senior out of Italy, and back in 2019 through 20, he went 7-0 in singles, and on the doubles court, he was 7-2 before the pandemic ended that season. That's nice aggression there from Locasano. Benjamin Schold says that his pre-game rituals to watch a motivational video and listen to the same songs every time. So we see now, that was a break from Benjamin Locasano right there. So 3-1. Schold leads. Very interesting, a crucial game here for Locasano to hold and really put in a lot of first serves here against Schold. So 15-love, Locasano leads. Little dropper there. And that's too good from Locasano, who is there. Meanwhile, an update on our other courts in action. We do see on court number 1, the players are still out there. So it could be a first set tiebreak between Santiago Perez and Robin Sands, as we do not have a score update on our end, but we are just starting that third set on court number 5, meanwhile, in the left-hand corner of our screen. So on 1, they just split sets, so we are just rolling into that third set. It was 4-6, 7-5, the opening 2 sets. That second set, of course, taken by Santiago Perez. That was 7-5 first set. From 7-5 second set, rather, from Santiago Perez from Columbus State. So it's 3-2. Tommaso Schold leads here on 3. Meanwhile, in court number 5. In this third set, it seems to be just the first game, with Mile Matic opening this third set on serve. So meanwhile, we do see that Armin Trickla actually held to go up 1-love, as we do see that one is added to our scoreboard early on. Now it's 1-all. Okay, cool. So this is the game to go up 2-1 here on court number 5. So it's 1-all, and Armin Trickla will look to hold to take a 2-1 lead in this third set. Mile Matic all of a sudden in control of these baseline rallies. As we're seeing, the script has flipped a bit since Armin Trickla took this 1-love lead in the second set. As Matic is believing that he can do this in the second set, and that counts for a lot, especially here, 10:25 p.m. Eastern Time in the quarterfinals of the NCAA Division II Championships. We do see the chair umpire saying that Matic is not happy about it. Was it that Matic got that ball in 2 bounces is what the chair umpire is saying? As we do see these players are figuring out. Matic not happy with it. And again, fun fact that Hawaii Pacific won their Sweet 16 match to advance to this round at 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That was a gritty 2:30 a.m. finish, which of course is the latest that I've ever seen a college tennis match finish. That was a 4-2 win over the University of Texas at Tyler in that opening round of 16 match. So they're used to playing at night. Why Pacific? They're wide awake right now. And we are seeing it from the players. And again, that's big first serve though from Armin Trickla. Meanwhile, on court number 3, we do see Tommaso Schuld is up 3-2 over Benjamin Locasano in that third set. So Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 3. So to court number 3 here as Tommaso Schuld is up 3-2 against Locasano. And that is now a 4-2 lead for Tommaso Schuld. ball sails wide, so Tommaso Schold continues to stay aggressive here on court number 3. It's a big down the line from Tommaso Schold. He was off the view of the camera and still ripped that down line. Somehow was able to find that open court when he was a bit off balance. It's an ace from Benjamin Locasano to keep us going here on court number 3. Again, this is a vital hold for Locasano to keep Hawaii Pacific in the NCAA championship, to keep HPU's 2023 season alive. So, Locasano now. Looks like it's a deuce point deciding point here on court number 3. And Westhoff, we can bring up that graphic for this deuce point deciding point. It is a bit of a pre-match point in a way for Tommaso Schold, who, again, has the chance to get a huge break here on 3. Schold looking for that forehand. And he's able to do it. So 5-2 is our score here on court number 3. Tommaso Schold leads Benjamin Locasano. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head back to court number 5. Court number 5, where Armin Trikla is up early here against Mile Matic. 2-1 is our score. Matic looking to hold to tie us up here at 2. So Trikla able to thread the needle there with that passing shot. So we see Trikla really putting pressure on Matic at this point in the match. Again, this is a vital hold for Mile Matic. That was nice defense from Matic to, again, as I said, very uncomfortable to hit an overhead looking right into those lights on top of the court at night. So drop shot and lob, never a bad strategy at night if you're able to get the depth to set up those balls, of course. So the opening point there goes to Benjamin Locasano. Though a double fault, a bit of nerves here on court number 3 from Tommaso Schold after last game was so aggressive from Schold. Again, never easy close out a match, and especially although the score is 3-1, as we can tell by this 2.5-hour match, it is definitely not indicative of the pressure that both of these players are feeling, and especially how tight this match really is, as it is 30-15 now. 15-30 rather. Tommaso Schold here to serve. Schold really looking for that forehand, giving up most of the court to hit forehands. That one was overruled, or rather confirmed, as we do see. Benjamin Locasano is not happy, so it's 30-all here on court number 3. Locasano looking for that backhand. That ball does sail long off the racket of Tomas Schold, so it is a break point for Benjamin Locasano. That ball comes back. The defense from Locasano. And that's too good from Benjamin Locasano, who is able to be scrambling all over the court. So 5-3 now is our updated score on court number 3. Locasano keeps Hawaii Pacific in it. Meanwhile, we do see Robin Sands from Hawaii Pacific up 2-love on court 1 in that third set. Meanwhile, in the third set, between Armin Trickola and Mile Matic, we are tied up at 2. So, for Columbus State, the time really could just be now. This might be the only opportunity on court number 3 for Tommaso Schold and Columbus State. That overhead does sail long. That it was just long, we could tell from our broadcast booth. So 15-love. Locasano leads here on 3. And again, Locasano able to put that pressure on. And right now, it's actually been a transfer from defensive pressure to offensive pressure. Locasano, of course, starting off with kind of putting one more ball in, seeing if Tommaso Schold would miss. He did, and then that point, Locasano able to put some pressure with the serve +1. Second serve here for Locasano. That rip did hit the line, so Tommaso Schold staying it alive in this game with some low percentage tennis, yet successful that point. So 30-15 rather. Locasano is up. So 40-15 now for Benjamin Locasano. Multiple chances to continue this match. Down 5-3, but up 40-15. Looking to win 2 games in a row here with his back against the wall, looking to keep his team in this. And he does. So 5-4. Tommaso Schold will look to serve it out for Columbus State. So meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head on over to court number 1, as we do see Robin Sands from HPU is up 3-love in this second set. Three-love lead here for Sands. Robin Sands now looking to hold for a 4-love lead here on court number 1. And again, Robin Sands wins that first set 6-4, and they're dropping a tight 7-5 second set. Does take that 3-love lead in the third, but meanwhile, here on court number 3 is where Tommaso Schold looks to hold and send his team to the Final Four. Easier said than done here, as it really right now does come down to Tommaso Schold and that nice forehand that he is able to find here. So we do see Schold working his way into this 5-4 game. Locasano is on the ground, and he fortunately does get up. It seems he's all right. Tommaso Schold is now up 30-15. Or 40-love, rather. It is match point for Tommaso Schold. Tommaso Schold does it. That is a 4-1 victory for the Columbus State Cougars. Columbus State, the number 2 seed in the NCAA Division II National Championship. They are on to the Final Four. So we see these players celebrating. That is a gritty 5-7, 6-2, 6-4 win from Tommaso Schold, who is up 5-2 in that third set. And meanwhile, he is able to close it out for Columbus State. So, of course, a great tournament from Hawaii Pacific, who again finishes their round of 16 match at 2:30 in the morning to reach this match. So they were back tonight for yet another gritty night match under the lights in Orlando. I mean, where else would you want to play at night but the National Training Center in Orlando, Florida? So Columbus State is on to the Final Four. And meanwhile, of course, we had so many matches today for you, and we brought you the quarterfinals of this Division II Team Championship. Thank you for joining us. We've been here all day, all afternoon, all evening, and night, bringing you these matches. And so let's take a look at our semifinals. We have Valdosta State taking on Barry, and Indy, of course, taking on Columbus State. The team that we just saw with a 4-1 victory, Columbus State, is on to the Final Four in Orlando, Florida. And of course, we will have much more NCAA Team Championship coverage for you. This is your host, Perry Shinen, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff. We thank you for joining us, and we'll see you soon.